I was just talking to myself, saying I'm gonna wait a little bit and see if this is one of those false starts. Every once in a while, I start OBS, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, now it's streaming. Okay, yeah, every once in a while, I start OBS, and I'm just never publishes the stream for some reason. But yeah, Hideo, I'm doing well. All right, let's start with this. There we go. All right, so I left off with really probably all the to-do items that were, where were they actually? Yeah, this. Validate every aspect of the defense passed into us. Yeah, and so at some point I've got to figure out what the role of the server on the client even is. Oh, whoops. I forgot to update that, didn't I? It's continuing with the journaling slash replay system today. It will probably involve many more changes. It'll probably involve many changes to the code base. Also, tomorrow is Terraria. Tamaria. Bot.land slash share with others slash Terraria. If you're a long-time viewer and want to join in Terraria, check this out. There. Okay. Cool. So we have this defense and we need to validate all of this. I guess part of what we're going to need is the arena dimension saved in the defense. So I'm just going to write this somewhere. Make sure arena dimensions get saved in the defense. Yeah, anniversary hype. I'm pretty excited about it. I think it'll be fun. So at about this time tomorrow, I'll start up the stream. We'll figure out audio levels and everything. And, oh, wait a second. That means that sometime tonight I got to figure out the server situation. Okay. Yeah. All right. So validate all of this. So make sure every bot can be placed and is placed where the user said. So we have this new arena. Good, I can play. You better be able to. So what is in here? Right here, it's got defense in it. So message object dot defense. Close one. Yeah, you're only 50 times over. If you were 49 times over, I would have been like, no, you can't join. Just can't do it. So go through all of the bots in the defense. Did I copy paste this anywhere? Of course not. Well, anyway, it's right here. So there are a bunch of bots. We go through those. So underscore dot for each. So const bots equals defense dot bots towers. So we go through each bot and we try to place them all. So the way we would typically do this is like set spawn location, I'm pretty sure does this. Yeah, it does all of this stuff. Yeah. Okay, well, something like this needs to happen. So we would need their scripts. Let me think about this. This is the same thing that's over here. Yeah, so we have code. This is of the defense. And the code doesn't need to match one of the scripts you have online. Like that's the slots are just to help you, not to hinder you. So you can have as many as you want. So we do have to validate the code. But we don't have this concept of script ID or blueprint ID or something like that. Well, we do have blueprint ID. We need to make sure that they own it too. So get tile, tile X, tile Y. That's not actually there. That's in the physics component. Tile X equals bot.physics.tile X. Tile Y equals bot.physics.tile Y. Do you really need a script for a replay? This isn't for a replay. But no, the answer is no, I don't need it for a replay. Hey, Echo. So, Spurtman, what this is doing, this is called validate defense. What this is doing is like, one, client builds a defense. Two, client sends the defense to the account server to persist it to the database. So three, account server asks a game server to validate the defense, So these are things like, yeah, make sure you placed bots correctly, make sure your scripts are valid, etc., etc., etc. So hopefully that makes sense. So this is not actually for replays. This is like when someone else goes to attack you, it's going to have to pull that from the database. And if the client just said, yeah, I've got a million bots in the arena, something needs to tell you that, no, that's wrong. And it should do that on save rather than on load, I think. All right, so we have the tile X and tile Y. We get the tile there. Cool. I guess we make sure that it exists, right? Because we have shared arena get tile. Does this check if it's out of bounds? Yeah, it does. So if this doesn't exist, then we already have something that's invalid. And this should all, I think, be inside of a try catch, as I mentioned earlier. EJ. All right, yeah, so if not util dot, well, let's just say assert util dot exist tile. Tile is out of bounds. Now, this assert is not going to do anything for us for the reason that we don't have this inside of a try catch. So I guess what we can do is put validate defense here. Defense. Or maybe just the whole message object. I'm not totally sure. But I want that to all be in a try catch. No, this should be, I think up here. Try this dot validate defense. Message object dot defense. Catch E. So in this case, failed. In this case, success. Well, I guess the success is up here. So let's just say to do add those cases. So now this can assert however much it wants. The caller should wrap this in a try catch. All right, so defense is not needed there any longer. All right, cool, there we go. So make sure every bot can be placed and is placed where the user said. Yeah. So we've got the tile. We made sure that that exists. We should, I guess, make sure nothing's on the tile. That's the whole point of after we've deployed. So make sure the tile is in bounds. This doesn't necessarily mean that we'll end up placing a bot on this specific tile. So there's more to validate later. Typing outside of stream is kind of rude. Alright. So now this we don't care about. This we don't care about. We mostly just want to know, can we place a bot there? Like, is the tile unoccupied? But instead of doing things that way, we could just try placing it there. And if it doesn't end up where we thought it should, then we'll throw an error. So now create the bot, get the blueprint. I don't think we need to do this either. Because what do we get from the blueprint? The script and the name of the bot. Those things are both stored in, well, the name isn't. Why is the name not stored there? I guess we do need to get the blueprint. Okay. Yeah. Get name from the blueprint. Hey, Luculus. So get name from the blueprint to do, make sure they actually own the blueprint. So this part of player.getBotBay, there's going to have to be something else here. So not just defense. I guess it's going to have to be like defense details or something like that. So now maybe we should pass this in as defense. And then maybe we should pass in like player scripts or something like that. Player scripts, player details. Yeah, so we need to make sure that player details contains the blueprint. So const blueprint equals player details. What's the blueprint ID? Yeah, I guess it's here. So it's the bot. The bot has its own blueprint ID. So let's get the blueprint. Blueprint ID equals bot dot blueprint ID. If, well, assert that it exists and assert that it's a number. Underscore dot is integer. Blueprint ID. Blueprint ID is not an integer. Okay, now make sure that they own the blueprint. So blueprint ID. Assert util.exists blueprint. Player does not own a blueprint with ID equal to. We should change these to backticks. Hey Wouter. Hey Wouter, did Programmer D send you another message? So he said he does want to meet up, and I think he said something about Friday. Also, this made me want to know, how big is the Netherlands? Like, how long does it take to travel from the one point to the farthest point in the Netherlands? So here we go. What's the area? Okay, 41,000 square miles. Huh. You got back to me, yeah? Are you guys gonna meet up? Hey, Fatality. Well, Programmer D has been traveling a lot, and he happens to be in the Netherlands for like a week. So I said, "Oh, you should meet up with Wouter," and he's like, "You know what? I'm gonna do that." Oh, 200 kilometers. Okay, that's not too bad. But Wouter, and you don't have to share this if you don't want, but are you on the outskirts, or are you in a generally like a central location? I mean, you should really just coordinate this stuff with him, I guess. But I think it's gonna be great. Probably Saturday, perhaps Friday. We're not sure yet. Okay. Wow, cool. Oh man, it'll be funny. The only connection you guys have other than being in the same place now is that you both have watched the stream. I said that before, but I don't know where this is. That's Central East. Let's find out. Ah, yes. Of course. Silly me. Okay. Well, now I know. Okay, so we get the blueprint. We need to make sure that they have it. We need to get the name from the blueprint. So make sure that they actually own it. Perfect. Now get the name from the blueprint. So this should have been included. This is not something we need to validate. We just need to get the name from it. So const name equals blueprint.name. Anything in player details is... So I'll write this. Anything in defense is user specified and needs to be validated. Anything in player details is server specified and should be like validated in a minor way. E.g. just check, I guess really, just check to see if things exist. But you can assume that their types are going to be correct. It's not that you don't trust them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Validation should be done in both parts. Yeah, Fixator. What, Wouter? Yeah, this is definitely a better map. Yeah, this is much easier to identify what in the world is going on here. Huh. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know where he is located. I thought, oh, if you're like more toward the center, then maybe that means that he'll only have to travel a maximum of like 100 kilometers, which honestly isn't that bad if I don't know how fast you go on highways there. Never been to the Netherlands. So anything in player details, I don't need to really write that. I think we can just say assert underscore dot is string name. And if the name doesn't exist, so name doesn't exist for blueprint ID equals blueprint ID. About an hour and 15 minutes? Okay, that's not too bad. That's worth traveling an hour and 15 minutes to meet an internet stranger, right? Everything looks so deserted in comparison to California. What do we have here? Wait, yeah, what? Where are all the people in this picture? Where are all the cars? Wow. What an... I mean, this could just be a fluke, EJ, that there's no sign of human life in Wouter's hometown. It could just be a fluke. I'm sure they're not mole people who live underground and built a very realistic looking, convincing city above ground. It can't be that way, EJ. Okay. So make sure their code validates. Yeah, that's like the most important part. I'm just amazed by this. So we had script here, but I don't think the script was used for anything other than to get the code. So we have the code, thankfully, and it's right there in code. So let's just do this. Const code equals bot.code. Otherwise, actually, if it doesn't exist, we can use the default one. So util.exist bot.code question mark. No, actually, let's do this. If it's a string, then use that. Otherwise, constants.default bot.code. Okay, now we'll need to validate it. That'll actually happen later. One, it was summer holiday. Two, road maintenance is a hype here. Wait, how is it blocked off and yet a Google car still got to it? I knew it. I knew this was a front. Okay, so we don't explicitly validate this here. creating the bot will validate it. Just play GeoGuessr instead. Because Google, I don't know. That's not a good enough answer. So enemy CPU coordinates. This is the defending player. So there is no CPU for them to defend right now. In fact, I have to do that. I just totally forgot about this. To do, make sure their CPU exists. And only their CPU. Whoa. I'm sure Google's always done this, but this just looked pretty cool to me. What? This isn't the link that I was just looking at before. Yeah, so I was zoomed in, and as you zoom out, it goes to this view. It's pretty neat. Like I said, I doubt that's anything new. I just haven't seen it. But if you really want to zoom in on a traffic light, for example, and see which LEDs are out, well, now you can. Alright, so make sure their CPU exists. This is your life now. You can't close that tab. You can't ever leave the sidewalk. Hey, Digite. Alright, so making sure their CPU exists was something that I used to do in Game Server. And I think it was in Start a New Game. We told the arena that we started a new game. And in the arena, we said create CPUs. So now this is going to be create CPU because there's only one of them. So instead of creating 0 and 1, yeah, this is going to be impossible. Isn't that nice? So I guess we need a player before we can do any of this. Wouter's frantically trying to cover up everything that's wrong with the country. Oh, man. Owning team ID. Yeah, that's another change that's going to have to take place, is that CPUs need to be owned by players, not by teams. Ugh, alright, well, we should probably make that change sooner rather than later. So change it so that CPUs are owned by players, not teams. I'm not going to read this right now, Wouter. What's the summary of this? Oh, I have actually heard this before. Oh yeah, I read about this on Reddit. And EJ, it doesn't matter how many games Blizzard produces with a rogue class in it, people still say Rouge. Hey, Lepko. Hey, where's the... trying to find... Oh, here it is. There we go. That's the Lepko greeting. Yeah, so CPUs are owned by teams right now. They need to be owned by players. It's going to be much easier to do that. So let's go into CPU assemblage. So we have owned by team component. Every single part of this is going to change. In fact, the only thing that's owned by a team right now is the CPU. Did I write this down? I didn't write this down. Entity util, yeah, that's gonna have to change. That's gonna be gone. This is gonna be gone. Nice fatality. Younger progress. Oh my God. Wait, fatality, what grade are you in? I don't remember having people of different ages in any of my high school classes. Or different grades, I guess. Different ages was just inherent to any grade. But, huh. I think, other than college, the only time I had different grade people in my classes was like elementary school. Went back to October and there's still no one around. Alright, so in CPU assemblage, we're going to get rid of this. This is going to be changed to whatever I do in bot assemblage, which is params.playerID. Yeah. So owning team ID is going to be done away with. Grade 11. This is a 13.4 IQ. I had young people in all my electives in high school. Did that happen to me? Maybe I just am like totally. I don't remember. I just don't remember. All right, that stuff doesn't matter. This stuff, I guess we change this to player or player ID. We need a player object then. Won't this just be wonderful? All right, so when you're making a defense, let's just set this to 1. I don't really feel like coming up with the right thing right now. And then this, we can say player.getID. But that won't work because it's got to be player ID, CPU, player ID, yeah. That would work. Okay, then there's going to be a problem on CPU assemblers class in that we don't have owned by team component now. We have owned by player component. Owned by player component. Is that what this is called? Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, no, Wildcard. I'm not saying the system is bad. I was just wondering more about it. I was writing a script to search and download album art for my MP3s, and I actually accidentally downloaded 830 images in a couple of seconds. Ooh. Yeah, but fatality, presumably when you were in grade 10, you were in class with some 11th graders, right? Also, I say grade 10. I don't think Americans ever say that. 10th grade. Weird. I guess I'm European now. All right. So make CPU assemblage. So create CPU for players. This is just totally wrong. And either way, start a new game probably shouldn't have this to begin with. So let's just get rid of this function. Create CPUs. Yeah. So we need to call this, and we need to make sure this is buried under the ground, just like the Netherlands. Probably sounds weird if anyone hadn't heard what I said earlier. Or Spurman, they don't know about Apple's keynote, so it wasn't a conscious decision to do something about a CPU. Dot star CPU. Why? Oh, why? Oh, this doesn't come from here. Interesting. Okay, so we can do this. We just need a player object, and we don't have a player object. Okay, well, we need a player object. So const player equals new. Actually, that's not even it. It's kind of this up here. Const player depot equals new player depot. We have to make a new player. I don't really know what's going to go into this. I guess shared game server. So we have create player. Here it is. So they have an ID, they have a name, they have a color pair, they have a team ID, and they have an inventory. And then we do a whole bunch of stuff for them. I don't know. I guess an inventory is still going to exist because you'll have cosmetic items in there. Yeah, so making this player and username. Come meet me in Programmer D next weekend. This is an average amount of people in LA. Hey, I was in LA once. Maybe I'm in this picture. Yeah, there I am. Right there. See, guys? Also, well, I'm going the wrong way. I haven't collided with any cars yet, though. What, Raimi? What's causing you to rage face? Alright, so let's close out of this stuff. So when it comes to creating a player, we would get all of their details and then call this stuff. And that was pretty important to have in a player object. Yeah, I guess this is going to be pretty important here too. Although we give them an ID of 0, I don't think that's a good idea. We probably need to... Well, I'll just check it out. I came in stream way early to be the first to say hi, but Twitch bugged out and didn't start the stream when you started, and I missed the start. Aw, that's an adorable thing to be upset about. Do you not feel demotivated to redo code for the new infrastructure? I'm not demotivated. I am taking things a little bit slower than I would normally take them. And I think this is because really like the last couple of months has been really stressful. And I want to take it a tiny bit easier than what I've been doing. Because I don't think I can take any vacation for the rest of the year because I've got all of December off. And it's not just like the last trip. I'm not going to be providing a lot of details about this coming up trip, but it's not like a vacation per se. Do it over again, walk out, walk in, so I can say hi. All right. Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. Hey Remy, favorite viewer. Good to see you here. There, are you happy? Alright, so when we create a player, we're going to just have to do this. And we had this construct scripts for players. That's not going to be necessary, I guess, because we don't really care if you have this script. The script has a name, that doesn't matter, I guess. Construct bot base for players. This was... Is this necessary? This is probably not necessary. Adam, you're late. Okay, hang on. Let me change my system clock. So this is 9 o'clock, and then I'll try this again. So I need this. But this concept of, well, no, that's actually going to be a helpful concept too to have, the base for a player. So how should I do this? I guess when you research something, it'll just go into your inventory. Because we already have a bunch of code written around that. In December, are you going to LA for a job interview? No. I've not taken a single day of holiday yet. Well, I mean, that's not a good thing. There's a reason why you should be taking vacations. It's to refresh your mind and spend time with people you care about. So, alright. The client is going to tell you what hardware they want here. This doesn't necessarily correspond to a pre-made bot. So in that sense, I guess we don't care. Hey Louis, I guess we don't care about what hardware that is in the database. We care about what the user told us they want, and then whether or not they can make it. So all we're pulling from the database is going to be the cosmetics for this thing, and the name. So we pull cosmetics and name from the blueprint. We'll get the cosmetics loadout and the name from the blueprint. Even that we don't really need. I guess the user could just tell us about all these. Excuse me. And they might have sold that off since then. No, they can't have done that. No, that's fine. But then if they later do sell it off, it could invalidate their defense. Yeah, that's not going to work. When a player sells a cosmetic item, we may have to invalidate their defense. A better idea is just to remove that cosmetic item, if necessary, from a bot. They can only sell one at a time. Yeah, there are a lot of things that are going to be made more difficult by this. So we'll get the cosmetics loadout and name from the blueprint. I don't know if we should even do this. In fact, well, okay, what are the benefits of doing this? So if the user specifies the cosmetic loadout, then when a user sells a cosmetic item, we need to go through their defense and make sure they weren't using it. If the user specifies the blueprint ID and we pull cosmetics from that, then we need to go through their blueprints and make sure they're not using it, which I'm already doing. Now, that would have to happen here too. We need to go through both their defense and their blueprints. Yeah, so I think it makes sense to pull this from there. However, the pro here is that a user can change cosmetics just for their defense if they want. I don't know. That's kind of strange. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna let people do this. The reason we pull cosmetics from the blueprint is so that we don't need to change a player's defense at all when they sell a cosmetic item that they were using. Yeah, okay, so I think that's good. I like this, and either way, it's just a decision, and we should move forward with this. Both would have worked, I guess that's what I'm saying. So we get the name, we need the cosmetics, we need to build up this player object. But bays aren't going to need exactly what they used to need. We have an ID, we have hardware. Probably should do this. No, we can't do this. Cosmetics loadout this and the script ID. So it would just be an ID, cosmetics, and name. Where is Adam? So I never finished setting it up. So I'm not going to be using it. Not for a long time at least, I think. There. You fell right into my trap. Fools, all of you. Hey, SpedX. Yeah. No, I like Sublime. I don't have a problem with Adam. I just haven't finished setting it up. Yeah, so I think bays are going to have to change to the point where they are change bays for a player so that they're just cosmetics, IDs, cosmetics, and names. Yeah. This might end up changing a lot more code. Like we had this concept of a shared bot bay which has all of this stuff. Remove unowned items. So the hardware slot configuration isn't going to exist anymore. Yeah, eventually this needs to return cosmetics as well. It's not doing that right now. The rest of this stuff looks pretty much fine. Yeah. Okay. So hardware isn't needed any longer because the user will always specify it. Yeah, I think this should be fine. I think this is still a big change though. So we need to construct the player. We need to construct it out of the details that they have. So I guess we'll say something like create player, player details, player depot. Oh, nice, Thelzy. And it's nice you have Wi-Fi there too. And thanks to whoever set my lights to match my shirt. Jupiter. Oh wait, no. You set him to color loop. Never mind. So create player. We're gonna call this here. This dot create player. So what do we have? The details and then the player depot. I don't think having a depot there is important. All right, then when we go to create it, we've got to do everything that we did up here. Yeah. So inventory.deserialize. Oh, do we have an item template depot? Yeah, we do. Okay. Then primary color, secondary color. So here are the things that we're building up that we need from what we need out of player details. So I can basically form the object that I need. Hey, Ananim. All right, so we need primary color, secondary color, primary color. Well, let's just put that as a number. Secondary color. Why you do this, Jason? All right, fine. We'll just comment the whole thing out. So primary color, secondary color, inventory. What else do we need? Blueprints, I guess. Where did blueprints come from, though? Player details blueprint ID. Yeah, that can't work. It's player details.blueprints blueprint ID. So blueprints is going to look like this. 1 is a whole bunch of details. 2 is a whole bunch of details, etc., etc. Wait, what? 100% that name and phrase to open with? Hey kids, you want some spicy memes? Yeah, I'm sure you'd get a lot of people coming to that coding club. Probably meet more Twitch viewers that way. Okay, so this is good. We eventually need to do this. But for now, we're building up this function. So we have the ID of the player. Oh, I guess that's necessary too. And then the name of the player. Yeah, so ID and name, those need to be here as well. So ID, name. So color pair we just got. Team ID, I don't think matters. This should probably to do, well, I don't really need to write a to do thing there, I guess. And then inventory, which we have, but we don't have the inventory class probably. No, we do not. So we need to go get inventory from /item/inventory. But that only works because this is in the shared code. So this needs to change to that. Oh, that didn't work. Inventory.dc. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, good. So next we need to get all of their bot base. Ooh. So we gotta do something like this. Which is blueprints, I guess. That's really good though, Thelzy. I like that. Okay, so player details dot blueprints. I guess let's change this now to DB blueprints. The hammer, Lucas. Thank you for following. No one can reach me the water. What, Jupiter? I think there are like 2 or 3 parallel conversations going on right now. Nice, Thelzy. Nice. I'm gonna shut your account down for hacking. Okay, yeah. This has just convinced me. There's definitely something going on in chat that I apparently missed. Are you binding the cat around the bacon? Where does this come from? I don't know. Hey, OJ. Good luck today. All right, thanks. Okay. Some weird stuff going on. Whatever, you guys. So DB Blueprint is what we're going to change this to. And then some of this is not going to exist any longer. Like this, for example. All we're going to have is a name, cosmetics loadout, and an ID. So I think this should just cease to exist. And then cosmetics loadout needs to exist. None of this should have been in this class to begin with. All these functions should be moved elsewhere. Wait, what is that? Emote A? How am I supposed to type this out? I want to type my name. Aw. Hey, Magnetic Bind. So, Magnetic Bind, are you taking tomorrow off work for Terraria? Are you? Are you? For anyone who wants to join, who's been in chat for long enough, feel free to join tomorrow. Oh, by the way, EJ, I gotta coordinate with you tonight and figure out how the server's gonna work. So, if you have a machine that you could provide, we should test it. And if not, just let me know. That way I can at least plan. Because maybe I can set up a machine. Where would I even set up a machine? Like Azure or something? You schedule the block of time? Okay, yeah, and I've got some plans tonight, so let me know what works for you, and I can try to get this to work. Already leased it? Tank Adam memes. Okay, excellent. So, cosmetics loadout comes from the shared class as well. So we can put this here, but we can take this, and instead of going to items inventory, we go to cosmetics loadout. Only A displays for me. Oh, nice. We're getting there. Oh, you can't copy paste this. Oh man. All right, well, fine. And no, I know you wrote out spicy memes. I can still see the message. So new cosmetics loadout. So this is going to be these three things. I think this is all fine. Then this doesn't need to be there. And then bot bay, we take out this and we take out this. This could do very bad things for the system. Very bad things. But whatever. We don't care about bad things right now, do we? Alright, so we get rid of this and we get rid of this. This may not be defined in the case that the user had deleted a script. So now let's think of the repercussions of deleting all of this. Let's see. When you're setting up a defense, the user is going to tell you what they want their code to be and what they want. Wait, they don't necessarily have to, though, do they? You could always add this back in, I suppose. But, yeah, no code should be using this. I think the answer is going to be no. Alright, that's too bad. Hey, Puka. Whenever you end the stream is good for me. It should just take a moment to make sure you can connect. Yeah, EJ, I also wanted to make sure that you could set it to expert mode. I don't know how easy Terraria server startup is. Terraria server commands. Is there a way to set it to expert mode? Like, you need to be able to create a world. So there's got to be world size. There's got to be... Oh, it gives you prompts for all of this. Is there expert mode on here too? I don't see it, but yeah, we'll have to figure that out later. Okay. So make sure we can have a large expert world. Oh, no, Magnetic Bind. I'm not trying to pressure you into doing this. I totally understand. I don't think you should take a random day off of work for Terraria. If it was like, Super Smash 5 is coming out, I would say, yeah, okay, that's probably worth it. It didn't run for you on Linux last time you tried? Huh. Well, the other thing, I should do this right now. I don't know. Let me just write this out. For the Terraria event tomorrow. Actually, I'll just link to the page. That way I can do this now so that EJ and I can figure this out tonight. What world size do you prefer? Small, medium, large. Last time we went with a large server, but we only had 3 people on it. So it's not like there's a ton of people there. I am curious what you guys think. This is not Botland related at all. Make Sakurai work more. Tomorrow we're going to play Terraria? Yeah, that's going to happen. What do people say? Why don't you use Linux? I don't use Linux because I don't see a good enough reason to use Linux. I think I'm efficient enough on Windows. I have my whole workflow set up here already. And by the way, you can vote in that straw poll even if you're not going to play tomorrow because you will still be able to watch. EJ burned him. Set up Terraria with tshock.co. What is this site? I don't know. This sounds like a custom Terraria server. And it sounds like they're fixing what shouldn't be bugs in the regular Terraria server. I don't know. Will I be able to put my Python bot in the Terraria server? No. Actually, Puka, you might not even be able to join. Currently studying programming in school. Mind answering some questions for me? Yeah, sure. I don't mind answering any questions you have. All right. So the base ID, cosmetics loadout. So yeah, by removing hardware configuration and script ID, what are the repercussions? This is where I left off. And so let's see. Bot bays are needed when you save a defense. So validating, I guess. And then when you run a defense, are they needed? Now at that point, they're not saved as a bay anymore. They're not fetched from the database. And when you save... Oh, yeah, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. So the concept of bot bays isn't just for inside the game. It's also for outside of the game when you're customizing your blueprints. Because of that, we can't remove this. So I shouldn't just be randomly deleting stuff here. But I shouldn't expect this stuff to be set either. Yeah, I'm going to need to delete all this. I can do a chat bot. No, Puka, don't worry about it. I think it'll just be Terraria tomorrow. I'm going to use a standard lib. We'll be doing blank characters or... Yeah, there'll be new characters. And as far as letting people on or off the server, I'm only sharing the server address with people who meet the requirements. And then if you're a jerk on the server, then yeah, you just get banned. And hey, Enduran, how hard is it? I mean, the salary's high, so I would only guess the job is also hard. Do you spend your whole time coding or do you have free time too? So, Tomkis, most of what you do on the job as a software developer is not typically going to be coding. For most people, I think. It's going to be, I'm just going to make up a number here, like 30 or 40% of your job will be coding. And kind of as you work your way up a company, it's going to be a lot of coming up with documents, specifications, meeting with people, just talking about the direction of things. So the actual coding part, for someone like me, yes, is the majority of my day, but that's because I'm the only developer on this team. So, and then how hard is it? I mean, that's all. Like, if I asked you how hard is being a doctor or how hard is being a lawyer, I don't know if you could necessarily answer those questions either. I think it involves some brain power, definitely. I think all of those jobs do. So it's not like It's not like you're just going to be sitting around all day testing the product that you're using. You're actually building it. You need to make some conscious decisions about that. With that said, it's not that hard to get started. I think it's a hard thing to master. And Cosme says, what language is it? Yeah, JavaScript. I'm not a jerk and I have Terraria on Steam. Can I play? Maybe, Puka. It's like 99% reading code and 1% writing code. But yeah, so I consider reading code to be part of coding, I guess. That part, yeah. Yeah, what Blue Score said is right. I think if you're a larger part of the development team, a larger percentage, so if there's like 10 people and you're obviously one person and you're 10% of the development team at that point, then yeah, you're probably going to have more of a role developing. But if you're at a company with, let's say, like 4,000, 5,000 developers, you're probably not spending your entire day developing. Yeah, Japanese spider crab, you're right. Okay. All right, so new Bape. Where do we do this? Well, here's one, which is what I'm working on now. Here is another one, but that's inside the class. That's fine. Then in the game server, we're not going to have this anymore. We're not going to have this anymore. And that's it. Those are the only places. So we actually don't use this by the client anymore. That seems very unlikely. I have this class and I just never use it. No, 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 no. I know what's going on. It's bape.deserialized that's using this. Aha, there it is in the client. So yeah, we take all of the bapes that you have and we deserialize them. Yeah. All right. Everyone always gets weird with me when I say my first language is C++, but that's the only thing they teach here. No, I think that's fine. I really don't think the first language you learn matters very much. Because if you're going to stay in programming, you're going to learn probably like 4 or 5 languages before you even have your first job. And if that's not the case for you, don't worry about it. That's fine. I'm just saying it. You could learn the the best language or the worst language first. It really doesn't make too much of a difference. I think it's all related to motivation. That's the only real difference it makes. If you're going to start off learning like assembly, for some people that's going to be way too hard and they're not going to care and they're going to get demotivated. But the people who start by learning assembly versus the ones who start by learning Python, in the end, they're all going to pretty much know the same things. No, Puka, no, it's okay. C++ is an anti-pattern. Never heard that before. And thanks for following, Tomkis. It's probably what, Tom Keys or Tom? Hey, you, Tomkis. Tell me, is it Tom Keys or is it Tom Kiss? And I will pronounce it the way you prefer. Okay, so yeah, we can't just remove this stuff, but we do need to change the constructor, I think. Problem for me is that it's just code now. I can't actually make anything than a console application, which is kind of demotivating me. Yeah, and okay, so let me link you this. So bot.land/FAQ. So this part. I think you should read this document. I don't know how much you already know, but that document's only about a page. So I think you should check it out. You better pronounce all of the S's. I'll be very snake-like as I talk to Tom Kiss. Okay. Yeah, this stuff. I think this is one of the important expectations you should have as a programmer first. Is like, yeah, you're not going to be learning about incredibly significant things to a system. Your first day learning how to program isn't going to be like, okay, now we're going to code making friends on Facebook or something like that. And you connect to some like graph API and load the data from the database or something. No, that's not it. You learn like, hey, here's how to set x equal to 5. And yeah. Oh wow, most people want a medium world. Okay, cool. I will keep that in mind for later. All right, see you, Monetic Bind. And hey, HD Song. Well, you are here today. So yeah, Tomkis, I suggest just reading through those expectations because you'll realize that that's mostly normal. if you feel the way that you feel right now, and that like, oh, I can't do anything impactful with the knowledge that I have so far, but you will eventually get there. It is not an incredibly fast process. And if you want it to be faster, you can always download something like Game Maker or Unity or some sort of like, I don't know, some engine, not even a game engine necessarily, just something that lets you get feedback more quickly. Okay, so this actually can't be done. So that change bays for a player so that they only require IDs, cosmetics, and name. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a large change, I think. No way around arrays and files, but all I do is calculate cows. Calculate cows? What? I don't know what that means, but yeah, that's what it starts with though, Tomkis. Like, eventually you combine all the things you know to do just one more thing. So if you feel like you know functions and if statements and variables and for loops and whatever else, then the next thing you do is like, okay, draw a rectangle on the screen now. This might be something you've never done before. And it's not something particularly difficult, but you need to look into, okay, what technology does this? How does it work? Et cetera, et cetera. Then once you have this, it's like, okay, now take in input from the keyboard. And maybe that's something you've never done before. And so now you press the left arrow and it's like, it prints out hello world. And now you can combine these two things to be when you press an arrow key, move the rectangle on the screen. And all of this is stuff that you'll have used before, but maybe you've never combined them in that way. So like you need functions in this, you need if statements, you need variables. You're probably gonna have a for loop in there somewhere. And this is the foundation for a game. You're like 1/3 of the way to making Pong once you've done this. And that's it. You just keep building on that. It's not that hard, Adam. Excuse me for not knowing how to calculate cows and hasten tonic. Okay, so we're going to change this entire thing to just params because there are going to be a lot of optional params here. So we'll say this dot id equals params dot id. We'll do this with pretty much everything. So I'll just put these here. There. Right? That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, and some of these won't be defined. Params contains the following. So this is optional now, and script ID was always optional. This is, I should do this differently, I think. So when this class is used for, you know, we could define this to just be nothing. That is possible. It's just not a great idea, probably. And then I don't have to change any of how the class works. Yeah. I don't know. Not sure what's best. Are your music scores online? How do you try this? Oh, you have to do this. Yeah, I'll check it out, I think. Thanks, Santana. So, the music software I have, I like well enough. I'm not an expert at it. Yeah, I think we'll put this back to how it used to be. And let's change this. Okay. So yeah, the hardware slot configuration, this is where we're going to put this. This is going to have to change. So what do we have here? ID, slot config. So slot config is just going to be, this is the slot config. We don't care about it being in the Mbappe. Well, Tomkis, if you ever have questions, feel free to ask him in this chat. I think that's totally fine. Do you know Joe Hisaishi? No, I mostly listen to classical music. And when was this person born? 1950. Yeah, that's not classical enough for me. No, I'm kidding, but yeah, I don't think I have. You can only get plus points. Tomorrow, what hour the Terraria run starts? I want to be from the beginning of the world to the end. So take exactly the time it is right now and subtract about an hour. So 23 hours from now. There, that's for being a good sport. I'll just take a look at this later, Lepko. Alright. Yeah, I think this is fine. We don't pass in a script. Then remove items. Sounds good. So we have the player at this point? Yeah, we do. And then I guess we need to return the player. Cool. Great. So that should hopefully work. Then we create a CPU for them. Validate every aspect of the defense passed to us. Make sure every bot can be placed and is placed where the user said. So at some point here, the last thing I need to do is not get coordinates of CPU. I need to get coordinates of their current CPU. So Tomkis, I think there are two things that are really, really difficult when it comes to streaming. One is making mistakes on stream because there are tons of people watching you. And two is learning on stream. I don't think you ever typically learn in front of an audience in real life. So I think it's just something you need to have a really good attitude about if you're going to be learning something on stream. Because it's easy to get frustrated and you have multiple goals when you're streaming of reading chat and everything else. Look at that, he's never embarrassed. No, I still get embarrassed. Alright, so is friendly. This is the part that's going to have to be changed. So there. Alright, so this is not enemy CPU coordinates though. This is now like player CPU coordinates. And then this is owner player. We have the code. We have the blueprint ID. We have the name. We have the waypoint X and Y. Oh no, these only need to be defined if we don't already have them. May I ask where you're from? The granularity to which I'll respond is the United States. But yeah, I haven't been saying exactly where. You quit streaming, Tomkis? What did you used to stream? Wait, let me look into this. He's got tons of followers. I don't see any. Counter-Strike. Looks like mostly Counter-Strike. And some other games. Cool. Yeah, what made you stop though? Okay, so these should be used if they're not already here. So let's do things this way. We're gonna say bot.waypointx. No, we can't do that. And the waypoint needs to exist, right? Yeah, okay, so let's fix this. So when we go to create bot, which we don't even have here, we have it over here. Used to play games and music. Yeah. See, I feel like that's the life on Twitch. And sometimes I'm very jealous of that life. Because I don't play music and I want to play music. And I rarely play games. But the grass is always greener on the other side. And I recognize that. Alright, so waypoint X, where does this exist? I probably passed it. Let's just take a look over here. Yeah, so if it exists, just add a waypoint component. So we need to make sure that it's a number. That way you can't just pass in anything. So if is integer waypoint x and is integer params.waypoint y, then we can add it. Yeah, I think that's good. Although waypoint component might already have that. Yeah, it says assert is number, so this would be is integer. Yeah, cool. I want to focus on learning. It was consuming my life and it was making everything difficult. Yeah, and I could definitely see that. Like, I had a dream last night where I always have these weird streaming dreams. Like, my whole family was there, and usually, so what happens in real life outside of a dream is like my wife, for example, this morning, she walked into this room and she's like, "Oh, you're not streaming, right?" I'm like, "No, I wouldn't have my door open if I was streaming. I don't want you to accidentally like walk onto the stream if you don't want to be on the stream." So I had this dream last night where my family was here and like no one cared. They were on the stream. Like there were better Twitch TV icons that had like their faces in chat somehow. And I don't know what's causing these dreams. They're like weird anxiety dreams around streaming. So I can see it. I can see it consuming someone's life. Definitely. All right. So this part, what we can say here is util.exist. Was that TMI? I don't know. So waypoint x. Otherwise this. And then this, instead of being here, needs to change to bot.waypoint x and bot.waypoint y. So if you only define one of them, we're going to take the rest from there. I think that's okay. So now we call create bot, and now we need to verify that we actually built this at the right. We built this at the right coordinates. You're starting to think that chat is also your family? No, there were. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is just the new anxiety dream for me. A lot of the time, and I know this is very cliche, but this still happens to me. Like there was a class I took in college that I just never showed up for, and there was some gigantic assignment, and I find out a week before it's due, and I just say, I'm not gonna really do it. There's this stress around it. It makes the host dumb kids come to that meetup of ours. Well, I already know Programmer D. I just need to meet you. Oh man. All right. Yeah, so make sure they have access to the hardware that they're trying to use. That's pretty important. And that's something that the account server could do. It's something that we have to do though. So that's not done yet. Make sure their code validates. That part's fine. And what happens if all this fails? So we call into, oh, this won't even work. It's got to be this dot arena or just arena dot that. Yeah, and this is wrong too. Where else do I have this that I shouldn't have this? Well, there's another place. And then this dot create CPU is arena dot create CPU. We can always meet too if you come to Lithuania. Huh. Do you know about, oh no, I forgot the guy's name. He streams, he was streaming himself playing Silk Road, but apparently he's like one of the biggest streamers in Lithuania. And so there was another person in my chat who apparently was also from Lithuania and said, "Oh yeah, he's one of the big streamers here." And so a lot of people hang out here. He had like 1 million views or something. Then the sweating starts, and I wake up realizing it's only a dream, and I go back to watching it as a stream. Oh, whoops. Man, why does no one know how to use this command? How do you do this? It's add quote. Okay. Jeez, you think I would know? Wow, Outer. Already, I'm pretty sure I've already seen you send me that before too. Okay. So I think all of this stuff is fine. This needs to be done still. Make sure their waypoint is in bounds. I don't think there's a reason to do this actually. If you want to set it to something that's out of bounds, you should be allowed to, but it's not going to help you at all in your code. So we just need to make sure that they're integers. and I'll write this down here. I think FYI, we don't make sure that this should just be like is integer. We don't make sure that their waypoint is in bounds, just that it's an integer. The reason why is because it doesn't provide any advantage to the user to specify out of bounds waypoints. Actually, does it? Maybe it does. Because if their waypoint is out of bounds, then maybe they can cause an error somewhere. No, but that's all in code execution. Their bot just won't move. I expect you keeping your personal and sensitive information to yourself. Yeah, I don't like. I don't have a huge issue with sharing that stuff. It was just a decision I felt was important to have some separation. But yeah, I never really thought about what would happen if I broke that separation. I guess it might lead to more investment. I'm not sure. How I use English variables and comment my code in English. Oh, I see. I was like, wait a second, I do that. That's not a problem. Then I realized it's just the language you're talking about. Yeah. All right, see you, Walter. Yeah, so we don't need to make sure these are in bounds. Like I said, we could do it. We might as well do it, maybe. Yeah, fine, I'll just do it. So const waypoint tile equals arena.get tile. Do I have that already here? Yeah, I do. Okay, arena.get tile waypoint x, waypoint y. If, so just assert waypoint tile does not exist. Or waypoint tile not in bounds. We should really print out what this is. Otherwise, this is not going to be helpful at all. So we'll just say this, comma, this. So we don't have to make sure that the waypoint is in bounds because the user won't gain any advantage to providing an out of bounds tile. But we may as well validate it since it's super fast. Tool for checking image files, actual image type. I have a folder of images all JPEG and are different PNGs and BMP files. I don't Lepko, but I'm sure there's a node library for that if you want to. There probably is, right? Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. Image file. Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. This might be hard to find. Joke's on you, Lithuanians are pretty much Russians. Alright, so make sure the waypoint's in bounds. If they don't have a waypoint, set it to their own CPU. Make sure each ID for the bots are unique or just assign them manually. Yeah, we do assign them manually. So we don't actually care what they specify, do we? We do, though. Wait, do we? We don't need to know this. They don't need to pass us the ID at all. When you're saving a defense, you just tell it, hey, here's a collection of bots. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think we need to send an ID across. Alright, so when saving a defense, we don't need to send IDs of bots at all. Hey, Res the Tortoise. What's happening with the lights? Yeah, thanks for explaining, Remy. Yeah, that was the Hammer Lucas doing that. Tomkins, you should have gotten a whisper from Botlad. Botlat is one of the bots. If you get a whisper though, you're gonna have to turn color loop off first. You'll see in the UI, but right now it's cycling colors. You can't change it while it's doing that. You can only turn it off and then change it. So make sure they own their blueprint ID. Good. Make sure towers are placed on unique tiles. I'm not even gonna make sure this stuff about towers yet. These are the 3 things I still have to do. All right. Avoid this again. So make sure they have access to the hardware that they're trying to use. So we didn't even validate their hardware at all. I guess, yeah. Make sure that their hardware configurations are valid. So we can do that pretty easily. We can actually do all of this pretty easily. You just need to get the code for it. So this is almost all of the code that we need, I think. Do we do anything in create bot to make sure that it's valid? We probably do. Where's the hardware configuration? Slot configuration. Make bot assemblage. So we would have already validated it before this. Because create bot with hardware is what does this. So what does create bot by ID do? Get hardware slot configuration. This can't be called. This definitely can't be called. Yeah, this won't work. Okay. That's a problem. No, there's... Okay, I know how I can do this then. I can just put this in here. This won't work. What am I talking about? Yeah, this definitely won't work. We have 2 bots that have the same ID but a different hardware configuration. Yes, we just can't call this function. Change this since we're not creating this by a blueprint ID anymore. How much code do you copy? I mean, ideally you shouldn't be copy pasting code unless you're like validating everything you did there, and then probably if you're copy pasting it from your own project to your own project that you're changing enough of it. So part of the principles of code are you should try to reuse as much as you can. So if I make a function sum and it says return x plus y, like I probably shouldn't later go make something that's like sum x, y, z that returns x plus y plus z. This is very likely a bad idea if you find yourself doing something like this. Because here are 2 very similar functions. There are reasons why you might want this, sure. But these are 2 very similar functions to the point where you should probably just change it to like some numbers, or in JavaScript you could actually just go through the arguments and say return something like this. This is just using another function that was already written. But I don't think that gives you an explicit answer to your question. So in general, not a lot, I guess is the answer. Yeah, so this needs to change. Let's see what it changes to. So all this does is gets the cosmetics loadout and the hardware slot configuration from here. And we're going to have to change this. But this calls into create bot with those things. So I guess we can call our own version of this. All right, let's take a look. So we just modify params. This actually shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, so we can just say create bot instead. And then params can pass in the cosmetics loadout, which is what exactly? Probably something we never verified. Oh, we get it from the bot bay, don't we? Wow. This is just wonderful. Okay, so const cosmetics loadout. So const bot bay equals player dot. Where is this? It must be in the shared class. Yeah, get bot bay by ID. There it is. So then we have a blueprint ID. We need to make sure that that exists. Well, not really, we don't. Because we'll know here whether it exists. Player does not own a blueprint. But the blueprint would have already been formed. Oh yeah, Tomkis, there's a lot of, like, there's a school of thought that you should actually write as little code as possible, and you should find libraries to do what it is you want to do, and then just connect them all. So chances are, if you want to make your own version of Instagram, let's say, you're going to find like a UI library that gives you a grid of images, and you're going to find like REST server APIs and ways to set those up, and you're just going to kind of write the glue code in between those. And like you can get so far with that, definitely. At some point though, you're probably going to need to write more custom code to handle things. All right, let's figure out how this should be changed. So I go through each blueprint, and I set up the cosmetics loadout and get the name from there too. So what I'm doing here, this is all unnecessary to even set up bot bays for these players, because we never use this. We just don't need it. In fact, we could just return the player at this point, can't we? And then delete all of this? It's not a good idea. We shouldn't do that. So we're going to do this here then. So blueprint equals player dot get blueprint, essentially. There. All right, cool. Now we get this from here. This should have a get name. Yeah, get name. And then we also have the cosmetics. At some point, so we'll know that they exist. Get cosmetics loadout. Yeah. Someone just linked me to this. It's an actual paid advertisement. It's not a paid advertisement. All right, I'll have to watch this later. And hi, in there like swimwear. Welcome to the stream. All right, so cosmetics loadout equals blueprint dot get cosmetics loadout. This has to exist, but it should exist, because if it didn't, then we'd run into an issue here, I think. Right? This is all untrusted information. We don't know that they own this. Well, we do here, remove unknown items. So you shouldn't be able to provide just anything here. Should probably make sure that this is not that way though. And DB blueprints. This isn't even. Oh, wait a second. No, the player's not telling you about this. Yeah, we can trust this. Yeah, we can trust this. So this has to exist. Okay, so we just pass this in here, and then slot configuration is the last thing that we need. Hardware slot configuration. Taking bets on the amount of audio jacks. Isn't everyone saying 0? Over 0.5, under 0.5? I don't think I would ever accept a bet with you, Spurman. You always follow the betting scene. You know the odds. What language is this? So far, most of them seem similar. So this is JavaScript, and just like with human languages, there are sort of overall categories of languages. So in human languages, you might end up with something like subject object order. So in English, you say something like, the man goes to the store. So it's subject, verb, object. But in other languages, you might find that it's any other permutation of these things. So you might find it's like the verb first, then the subject, then the object. Well, in computer languages, you have other ways of categorizing things. And obviously, I'm like this is a very simple explanation of how I'm doing things. You have things like, is it statically typed? What paradigm is it? So is it imperative? Is it functional? Um, you have, I don't know, a whole bunch of other things like runtime characteristics, concurrency characteristics. So like, is this interpreted? Is it put down to just machine code? Is it something that's supposed to be thread safe, sort of built into the language? So in JavaScript, the reason why it might look similar to most languages you've seen so far is because its syntax is similar. But when you get underneath the hood with this, you'll find that it's dynamically typed, so it's unlike C++ in that sense. C++ is statically typed, and you'll also find other slightly different characteristics like prototypal inheritance and function hoisting and all this other stuff. Okay, so hardware slot configuration. We don't have this, do we? No, of course not. Where do I get this from? I guess here. This is just in shared code. Yeah, so the way that this uses it, JS and C++ both share curly braces. That's true. So we have to deserialize this. This is going to exist in the form of bot.hardware.slotconfig. Why do I have this as... Why is this nested? This shouldn't be nested. Something's wrong here. Yeah, this shouldn't be nested. I gotta go fix something then. By the way, does the stream have quality options out of curiosity? Where do I form this? It's when I export a defense. I know where I do this. Right here. Hardware equals hardware component.serialize. So this just turned into an object, but there was no reason for it to do that. I guess that's fine. That way some of this is hidden. Okay. Oh, it does. Okay, thanks, Tomkiss. Yeah, this is fine. Serialize hardware config. So all we need to do is change this to bot.hardware. Bot.hardware? I think it's bot.hardware. Serialize config has just .split on it. That can't work though. It happens to be an object. I guess we pass the whole thing in, but then where does slot config come from? It doesn't ever show up. This just returns a string. Why is it an object then? I don't understand this. I'll have to put a breakpoint here. Oh, neat. Okay, so let's start up the game. I don't know if it's even going to run. Let's find out. But we need to wait for this thing to start. Expect to be a master developer in 2 days. Qt is actually pretty nice. I like it. I've used it before for a project. I think it does a pretty good job. So what was I going to test? I was going to test whether or not this part worked, which means I've got to refresh this page already because this has to be there from the beginning. There we go. Okay, so we place a bot down and it just immediately fails. Oh, that's too bad. Cannot read property tilex of undefined. It's coming from set spawn location. And what's it trying to read? tile x of undefined. And what are the arguments we have? 2, 3, 1. What? 2, 3, 1? That can't be right. How good of a programmer can you be if you can't deal with failure? I think it's a very general question, because the same could be said about a lot of things. Of like, if you can't deal with failure, then you just expect everything to go well the first time. I think as a programmer, you are going to, even as someone who has got lots of experience, run into programs that don't work the way you expect the first time. And even if somehow all of the code you wrote is perfect, you're not dealing with just your code. You're dealing with other people's code too. So if you can't deal with failure, I think in any realm, you're probably not going to do well at something. So something's going wrong here. The arguments here are wrong though. 2, 3, 1. There should be more than this. Oh, that's why 2, 3, 1. Okay, got it. So the player's actually passed in later. Oh, that's correct then. So yeah, why is this failing? Already tile x of null in here. Okay, well, let's take a look. Here. There is no computer of the other player. I got it. Oh, man. Yeah, this is code I just changed. No CPU is created for the other player. So yeah, this isn't going to work. So we can say util.exists enemy CPU coordinates. Otherwise just 0, because it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm using this anyway. So to do get rid of this unless we're the attacker. Okay, so let's try this out. This should be better. We put a bot down. That actually worked. Perfect. We don't have a CPU for that player. That's not perfect. And then we press the X key. And now we should be able to see what this contains. So we say hardware component dot serialize. And it returns an object with slot config. Why does it do that? That doesn't make any sense. Because I'm looking at... Yeah, this. Return serialized slot.join. This is going to return a string, not an object. I do not follow why that's happening. Let's just go into the function and find out. Oh, wait, this. Where's this? Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. Yeah, oops. I didn't realize that. Yeah, okay, well, that was my bad. Alright, this is easily fixable. So is this like a browser game thing? I think the best explanation video is this one, but this is very much out of date. So for me to fully describe what's going on here would involve me having working code, and I don't. So you should check out that video. After checking it out, I can tell you the differences between that video and the current game. Wait, is it really waterproof, EJ? That's a great idea for a phone. I wonder how many hundreds of thousands of dollars every year are lost from people just dropping their phone into the lake or something. Granted, it's not going to like rise to the surface. So if you lose it, it's still not going to fix itself, but being waterproof is pretty nice. Okay, so this should be different. Hardware component, what we'll do here is we'll get the slot configuration from it, and then we'll just serialize that. There. Now that's going to change this so that this just looks like a string, And that means that we've got to go over to unexpected token. Oh yeah. Bot.hardware. That's all we do. And then hardware slot configuration there. Perfect. Okay. So arena.createBot. Good, that's done. Make sure their hardware configuration is valid. That needs to be done here. That is not something that I did. So hardware slot configuration, if it returns deserialize, yeah, it returns null if it doesn't work. So assert util.exists hardware slot configuration. Where do I start with Qt? Is there like a YouTube thing? That's a good question. I know there's a set of YouTube tutorials on Qt. I don't know what they are, but if you just search YouTube for Qt tutorial, I think you'll find it. Other than that, I don't know. So me, I treated it as an IDE, like Visual Studio essentially, and I started writing code using their documentation and then just their IDE, and that was it. But I think yeah, if you look up some videos, that might be really helpful. Okay, so this is fine. Make sure their hardware configuration is valid. I'll say is not valid. Make sure they have access to any hardware that they're trying to use. That part is not done. So to do, make sure they actually own the hardware that they're trying to use. Do you have breakfast? I'm hungry. Yeah, I did. Make sure towers are, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that. All right. So duplicate declaration bot, where's that coming from? Doesn't give me a line of code. Seriously? It's got to be one of these two functions, so let's just search for bot, I guess. It's not there. There it is. There's one at least. Where's the other one? No, that's, oh, there. Whoops, yeah. Okay, so created bot is what I need to call this. To do, make sure that this bot was created where the user expected. All right, let's try this now. So now we should be able to place bots, and then when we export the defense, which probably isn't going to work. Oh, it did work. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, now hardware is just a string, which means we need to go into somewhere else. I don't know where I put this. Where did I put this? I'm never going to find it that way. I guess I'll just need to search for towers, quote, colon. Oh, there it is. That was easy. Okay. So we just delete this, put a comma there, delete this line. We're done. All right, so I validated almost everything worth validating. The last thing is to make sure that this thing exists. So assert util.exists created bot. Could not create a bot. And then if it does exist, we need to make sure that it's at the right location. So we'll get the physics component of the created bot. We need to make sure that that exists. Created bot does not have physics component. I don't know how that would be possible. And then finally, we assert dot equal physics component dot tile x is tile x. Physics component dot tile y is tile y. Did not of created bot did not match expectation. All right. Well, that is certainly something. Now, what's the rest of this stuff? I guess we can just delete all this. Yeah. So in the case that it's successful, we can return serialized events. Oh, see you, Tomkus. Yeah, what time is it in Lithuania right now? 8:27 p.m. Okay. But yeah, take care. Thanks for following today. So we need to make modifications to this, or don't we? Maybe we don't. This will just return true at the end of all of this. So we verified every single bot. If any of these failed, this is not what's going to have to return this. Alright, we'll get well soon. In JS ES6, can you call a function from within the constructor of the class but is created below? Yeah, you can. So let's take a look. Yeah, you just need to say this.getFollowAge. So that's the only issue here. Also, you have a random S right here. This should be removed. What are you doing now? So I don't know what level of granularity you want in asking that question. So there's a video about the game, and there's also kind of what I'm working on today, which is the journaling and replay system. Okay. So I think this is good now. There is some more stuff I should do here. Make sure their CPU exists. We need to create this. That's done. So for each tower that we have, I'm going to do absolutely nothing right now. But in the future, we need to do stuff here. So I'm just going to leave this like that. What do you use? Grunt Gulp, Webpack, Browserify to use ES6? I use Webpack, but that's for the client. For the server, I actually use Gulp and Babel. Okay, great. I ran out of water. Well, I think this is good. I think validate defense should actually work. We don't have everything. Like, this is what's needed out of player details, and we just don't have that. So I've got to pass that in too. So we pass in message object dot defense, and then I guess also message object dot player details. And we need to make sure that those exist, although this isn't a try catch, so that should be pretty easy to do. We could just say assert util.exists defense, or rather underscore dot is object defense. Defense does not exist, or is not an object. And same thing for player details. Okay, so then here's what I need to do. So changes to the CPUs are owned by players on teams. Done. This is not needed. This needs to create an arena, try to place bots in it, etc. For now, act like all the data I need is present. Yep, done. There can't be a persistent arena on the game server. Okay, we're not going to do that yet, but we're going to do this part. And we're going to do this once I get back from the bathroom. So this is where I left off. Let's just write that down, and I will. So it's just Webpack if I don't use JavaScript on server side. Yeah, that's all you should really need, but you need plugins for Webpack that know how to use Babel and yeah. But yeah, I would look into Webpack first, and there are a lot of boilerplate packages out there that should get you started. I can't suggest any because I haven't used them. I set this up from scratch. And if you do need help setting it up from scratch, I can try to point you in the right direction there. But I do highly suggest looking up like a Webpack and ES6 boilerplate, some way to get started with that. But I'll be right back. Pokemon Go on the Apple Watch. Alright, so test calling into this. So we need to make up the player details. And we need to use this. So let's go make up player details. What does this need to contain? All of this stuff, right? So let's just paste this in. So ID, let's just say the ID is 100. That way it's just something that's non-zero. Name is going to be Adam. Primary color is going to be OXFFOOOO. So that's whatever that number is. And then secondary color is going to be OXOOFFOO. Cool. Inventory is going to contain laser. Well, it's got to contain whatever we're using. So melee, armor, and thrusters. So what does the inventory look like when you have melee, armor, and thrusters? Oh, I don't know. Let's go into here and use botland. Select inventory from users where ID equals 1. So here's an inventory. Does this contain at least those items? Lasers, what did I want? Melee, armor, and thrusters. Melee, this looks like it has everything. But anyway, there's melee, where's armor? Yes, there's armor, and there's thrusters. So yeah, let's just use this inventory then. So your inventory is going to be that. It's a primary use case for React, Angular. Why choose one or the other when to use vanilla JavaScript? So React, if you've ever used any sort of MVC structure, React is just the V. It's just a view. So it doesn't contain any sort of like logic to control the UI or back the UI. All that data is going to have to be stored somewhere else. Angular I haven't used before, but I think tries to present like the whole UI layer. And when to use that over vanilla JavaScript, it's how much code do you want to write and how much control do you want over something. So React isn't letting you do something that you can't do with vanilla JavaScript, but it saves you a whole lot of time. And it lets you have these reusable components. So in HTML, when you're writing something out, you have something like this. You've got like a div, and maybe there's a button in it, and sure, all this stuff should have been inside the body. So we do this. So there's a div, and there's a button, and the button says, whatever, click me, and you do something like this. Well, wouldn't it be cool, and maybe this is like a chat button or something like that, and then there's an input here for like, you know, typing in chat. Wouldn't it be nice if you could just say something like, okay, I want my chat component right above my friends list. And so you can do this by using React and JSX. You can make these reusable components. And I think Angular lets you do something like this as well. But you can have these reusable components that they know how to work. You just sort of plug in data to them. You can say chat component, and I want like on chat equals a function of like send message to server or something along these lines. And then your friends list, and you can say like my friends are whatever, my account dot friend names, something like that. And so this is the way you do it with just vanilla JavaScript and HTML. And with this, like the React way of doing things, you'd have these reusable components that you can say, hey, now I need a chat component on a totally other page, and just drop it in. That's the goal behind it, at least. It's not that easy. There are a lot of other things you need to do. So if you want some notes on React and Redux specifically, recursive chat, I wrote some out a while ago that I'll send over to you. React.pdf. Yeah. So I use React and Redux, and here's some notes I took on it. So by reusable, you mean you can insert these in any HTML in any application? No, not quite. It would have to be something else that's using the same backend that you are trying to target. Okay, so we have this stuff: ID, name, primary color, secondary color, inventory, and then finally the blueprints. So blueprints here, we're going to say that we need a blueprint of the ID 2, and what's trying to get pulled from that? The blueprint has cosmetic head, cosmetic torso, cosmetic foot, and anything else? ID and name. So cosmetic head, torso, foot. So we can put all these here. ID and name. So what are some of these? And yeah, recursive chat, just to set your expectations, those are just notes I took. I never really even reread them to make sure that they're good or complete. It's just like, hey, here's how I learned React and Redux and some things that I thought might be helpful. So take those with a grain of salt, definitely. Okay, so let's give it the octopus set. So 38, 39, 40. Excuse me. 39 and 40. Okay, the ID of this blueprint is going to be 2, and the name of this blueprint is going to be like octopus. Cool. So that's all of our data. Now all we need to do is pass both of these things along. Oh, whoops. I need quotes. Oh, darn it. This is why you should never try to make JSON by hand. It's almost valid. I'm writing this like I'm writing JavaScript. There. Now I think it's valid. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so let's try calling this. And yeah, Spurtman, I've heard a lot of good things about Elm. Monadic Bind used that a lot, so he could help you out with it if you ever have any questions. Okay, so let's try this. Validate defense needs to pass in a couple of things. And either way, I don't think we have this set up to work right now. Yeah, we don't. So this needs to be copy pasted down to here. So this is what? Task params. This is the defense. And then we have player details. Now that might work. So can anyone sum up what's different in the iPhone 7? Like, apparently it's waterproof. What else is different? Any C++ coders, I'm looking to outsource some work. I definitely can't say yes. Did this work? Seriously? No, this couldn't have worked. This definitely couldn't have worked. We give a work queue item, we call in a validate defense, we pass in the parameters. We send that item over. Now the game server has handle validate defense over here. Handle validate defense. Game server env.setState running game. Yeah, I guess. Puka. All right. Yeah, the arena needs to be in the correct state, and it's probably not. But let's write here console.log or logger.info. Got a defense to validate from player. Now this object should have the player details in it. We don't necessarily have to say this here. Echo. So got a defense to validate from a particular player. This information is in there. It's going to be in messageObject.playerDetails.id, but I just don't think it's worth putting here. I think we should put it up here somewhere. PlayerDetails.id. We'd better use this somewhere. Yeah. I suppose that's one of the first things we can do. Just create the player even before we have the arena. Yeah, we can do that. We need to make sure this is valid though. I guess there's ways that it wouldn't be valid. Is there any way it wouldn't be valid? Remove unknown items? let's check it, I guess. Couldn't create a player. Yeah, so we should put some generic thing here. So logger.info got a defense to validate. More details will be printed if they are valid. So we can't just print player information here because we may not have it. Well, it might not be valid, I guess. We could do this. Let's try this out, though. So, yeah. We do this and this. So it should say that it got a defense. Yep. And then it just didn't do anything. So there's definitely a problem from here. Let's print out the error. Logger.error could not validate defense. E. And in that case, what we're going to send back is that this failed. So we'll say const response object equals success false. And here we can say response object dot success equals true. And then we can just send along what exactly? We just put whatever we want in here. Yeah, let's put the type up here then. There, perfect. Okay, well, let's try it. So I very much suspect that this will get hit. Could not validate defense. Yes, defense is not an object. Well, that's too bad. Because it should have been. So let's type message object here and then comma null comma 2. So this will pretty print the object for us and we'll be able to see exactly what's going on here. Oh, it's task params. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. We should just throw in whatever we want. Can I just do this? No. Well, okay, I know what I could do. Although that error is actually coming from somewhere else, isn't it? No, it's not. Hey, Jack. How you doing? Yeah, undefined is not a function support. Oh. So yeah, get task primes. I don't think this is ever needed. Is it? I'm using it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's needed. Yeah, I think this should be like next queue item dot get message or dot serialize or something like that. Let's write that out. And then let's get rid of this. Let's go to this part. We'll write a serialize function. I'm doing well, Jack. I'm back into like heavy coding mode, and I'll probably be that way for like the next month or so. Were you here yesterday at all? I don't think I saw you, but I was gonna say I can show you something. Check this out. So set Dropbox OAuth equals, let me get this value. So as of yesterday, there are now 3 new sets of bots in the game. There is this one, which is the new default bot. This is the one that every player will start with, and whenever you don't have cosmetic items on your bot, this is what it'll look like. So the colors are relatively subtle on here. You can like hardly tell that the colors applied more to than it's applied to more than just the head. It's also applied to these rings and these wheels, and then the primary color is pretty obvious. But there's that one. Then there's also the octopus bot. And so there's that one, and then there's also the V8 bot. So there's that one. So yeah, and when you look at all of them just kind of randomly combined, there's a lot of cool stuff going on here. I still really, really like the Omega head on basically anything. It just looks funny to me. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. Like, I think this is a cool looking bot. And I think there's some that are kind of cute and some that are scary looking and some that are just like monstrosities. And so as you go through this, you'll find some of the more unusual ones sometimes. Like this. Like, this is just a cool looking bot. You can combine it however you want. I don't know. I like this stuff. So I think it's going to be nice. And yeah, some of these look a little bit ridiculous. But I guess as I look at these more and more, they do grow on me. So yeah, tons of them. More variety than No Man's Sky. That's a mean thing to say. So serializing this, we're going to return, so const object equals this. We'll say the type in here, this dot cluster message type, and then we'll mix in, so object dot assign. I always forget how object dot assign works. Oops. Yeah. So object and then this dot task params. So what happens if I already have the object that exists? Object equals A5, and I say object dot assign object B6. Is object modified? Oh, it is. Oh, so I don't need to do anything here. And I can just return this. That's pretty nice. Okay. So this just bundles everything together so that there are just top level parameters. Which at that point means that task params cannot contain a type. We could just assert that isn't there. I don't know. Whatever, let's do this. Okay, so we have the serialize function here. So now the way that this will get sent over is correctly. Let's try this out. Did it work? Whoa, that took a long time. What in the world just happened? Why did that take so long? Color pair is not defined? What a silly mistake. Color pair should have been, yeah, I know where this should have been. It's in shared code and I just never included it. So this goes here. Color pair. But why did that take so long? It definitely shouldn't have taken that long. In fact, I should have some metrics around this. Like handle, validate, defense. Let's say const start time equals... No, you know what? The cluster can know how long this took. In fact, the cluster should know how long this took. So if we go back to here, and we say that it's ready for game again here. So get work queue item. Let's get elapsed time of the work queue item. Get elapsed time. Return date.now minus this dot create time. returns in ms. Okay, so the elapsed time equals work queue item dot get elapsed time. And we could say I finished running a game in elapsed time divided by 1000. No, that's probably not necessary. Just elapsed time milliseconds. Sure, cool. Let's try that out. Let's see what happens here. Because this shouldn't take forever, and it is taking forever. Oh, that took 10 milliseconds. Okay, that's not forever. I don't know why it took forever the first time. So this is still failing now. Create player of undefined. I know why that's happening. I think I'm calling this dot player depot, and I shouldn't be. So let's go back into validate defense. Yeah, I am calling this dot player depot. Oh, that was easy to fix. All right, let's try again. We'll just keep trimming down these errors until we're down to no errors. So now, could not read property create player of undefined. Why? Did I not pass this in? Oh, yeah. I screwed that up. Yeah, let's put this up here. There we go. Well, like I said, just trimming down errors. Now it is player does not own a blueprint with ID equals 2. Did I pass in the wrong thing here? So blueprint ID 2, and then we have blueprint 2 here. What went wrong? So we go through all of their blueprints. We get this, we get the ID. Oh, this is not an array, so we can't go all through all their blueprints that way. Hey, Tassokan. By the way, how was Frankie's stream yesterday? I know you were there for it, Tassokan. I didn't get to watch for too long. Usually after 8 hours of streaming, I just get off of my computer. But I watched for a little bit. Yeah, so this is wrong. This needs to be totally different. And in the way that it looks like this, I guess. So we can just delete that and that. Yeah, and then we can paste this into here somewhere. Senshis, thanks for following. I thought you were already following. I think it's somebody else. I must be thinking of someone else. Because apparently you just got here. Stream was open, but I slept. Okay. Where did this go? So towers. It's not in here. Must be in the rest server. Yeah, there it is. So we just have to change this part to that. Nope, not like that. Change it to this. Yeah, cool, perfect. Okay. So this should hopefully work. Just still trimming down errors. All right, bot bay is not defined. We're gonna run into a lot of problems like this because I just copy pasted this stuff and I shouldn't have. Cool, and this comes from /bot bay. All right, let's try that now. This hardware slot configuration get hardware items missing from inventory is not a function because there is no hardware slot configuration, is there? Let's take a look. Yeah, yep, okay, that's a problem. I know what I did wrong. Too much of a noob to pick on any pointers during coding. Nothing like knowing you pretty much don't know anything. No, what? You should ask any questions if you want to ask any questions. Like, I don't think... Well, okay, so I don't think people who watch who are new should get dejected by watching something like this. And I think that if you know at least a little bit and you have a curiosity to learn, that you could always say, hey, why are you doing things that way? Or what's a promise or what's asynchronous coding or something like that. I totally don't mind helping people who drop in chat and just have questions. But I also totally respect that if you don't want to watch this, that's fine. It's your choice, certainly. All right, so what I need to do is make sure that this is constructed the same way that it was constructed over here. And over here, it was deserialized from that. So we're going to end up with an empty hardware slot configuration, which is not a great idea, I guess. We purposely use an empty slot configuration because we're not relying on the bot bay having because we don't take hardware information from the bay. The user can overwrite that as they choose, as they please, as long as they have hardware unlocked. Alright, so let's try that now. Alright, so this is still failing because this is null. Does this deserialize into null? Is that what's going on? You seem entertaining. You might not understand exactly what's going on. Alright, well thanks. It's just... For some reason I thought you were here before. I wonder if someone has a similar name. Top 10 cents? Huh. I mean, this doesn't mean that someone doesn't have a similar name, just that it doesn't start with SENS. Oh well. So hardware slot configuration is not defined. That is just a minor problem. Fly fresh. Hey Adam, someone unrelated, but still, I did wonder, what kind of programming languages do you actually know fluently? I don't really know many fluently in that I could just transition very easily, but I think within about a day, any of the languages that I just listed out, I could dive back into. And there are a bunch of other ones too that I've tried or that like Lua, for example, I've used before. I've written games in it. I typically don't find that to be a good metric, Flyfresh, and I understand that you don't necessarily have to consider it a good metric to ask that question, but it's like, how many lines of code did you write today is a question some people are interested in, but doesn't really have any meaning, I feel. Also, whoops, that's the problem that I had. I wasn't, all right, I think this fixes the bug. Yeah. Gonna be your shadow from now on. Maybe I'll catch up some knowledge. Okay. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions about what I'm doing. I've given like lessons on stream before, essentially, as long as they don't go beyond about like 3-4 minutes. Otherwise I'll try to respond via email or something. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is not what I just did, so I don't know what I did, but let's try that. Oh well, that actually worked. No, it's just taking a long time, isn't it? Yeah, it took 4 seconds. The component names is not defined. Where's that coming from? Ah, here. That doesn't even exist in this function. Hey, Jacqueline. So how many lines of code did you write today? Alright, so server main. We put this in here. And so none of this should have existed here ever. I don't even know why I did this by default, but main.js should not have any of the validation code that I'd added. And as long as I'm at this, let's lint that code too. So this is fine. Now the linter should tell us if there's a problem. Is there a risk to cook onion rings on my own? I mean, there's always a risk if there's anything involving heat. You could burn yourself. Also, especially with oil. Man, I hate when I'm cooking something and there's oil and it splashes onto my arm. It makes me want to put something on top of the pot or the pan, but I don't have an oil shield or whatever those things are, those mesh nets. Did you start learning by yourself or via manual, school, etc.? So, Sanchez, what's nice about this is I have commands for practically everything. I bet if you keep asking questions, I can keep just spamming commands in the chat. But seriously, if you want, and you don't have to, but if you want, you can check out the FAQ. There are a lot of things here about like, hey, how long have you been coding for? How'd you get started? What keyboard are you using? Why do you have lights around your neck? What are points for? Oh, this question's totally wrong. Actually, I gotta update the FAQ. Let me do that at some point today. Update FAQ. I may still be mentioning release dates wrong. You're encouraging people by saying there's always a risk. What? If I'm encouraging people to make onion rings, I think I'm fine with spreading onion rings to the world. Not exactly like, you know, poisoning people's water supplies or something. Missing semicolon. Strings must be single quote. Yeah, I originally wanted to change how this looked. Unexpected console statement. This isn't necessary. We can leave that as is though. And then expected different indentation for all of this. We can fix this with just one keyboard shortcut there. And now a whole lot of unreachable code. That's actually fine. I don't care about that. I don't care about any of the client stuff right there. Do you have any kind of autocomplete or IntelliSense plugin running? No, I don't. And yeah, Root Killer, a professional made those graphics. Wait, have you, like, I think these are pretty good graphics, by the way. Like, all we need is the animation in the game. But yeah, these can all be combined in different ways. But yeah, we've got a team of artists, and they all kind of develop according to the same style guidelines. So yeah, I like the different things you can have here. I mean, this that bot that I ended up on, I think the Omega torso looks pretty strange with a lot of the different feet. It's just shaped like a fat person. When it's on just the Omega bot, it looks totally fine. So if I change this to there and the headpiece of that same thing, I think this looks fine. No problem, says she. Those are really nice, but don't look professional. Don't know. I think that's fine. I think the art style is something that, like, this is what we went with. I think there's a lot to be gained from having an art style like this. You can very quickly differentiate your bots from one another. Of like, these look different. And so if you remember that, oh, this is my tank bot, and that's got melee, you don't need to check what it's got on it anymore. That's one of the things it was trying to accomplish. And the other is to have a personality for the players and what they have set up. Okay, so let's go back to the game server cluster and run this. And then we'll click this. Did it work? Wow. It did work. That's incredible. So now what we need to do is this. So logger.info successfully validated defense. So here's what we'll do. No, we can't do this. Okay, well, whatever. Well, let's try this again. This is going to be like slightly tedious, I guess, but let's try it. So it says successfully validated defense, and it took 40 milliseconds. On average, it should take, it's taking like 20 to 30 milliseconds every time. Granted, that's with the round trip time between servers. If I just kept track of it here, we could say something like const start time equals date.now, const elapsed time equals date.now minus start time. So let's put this at the very beginning and this at the very end. And let's say logger.info elapsed time on just the game instance is elapsed time plus milliseconds. Okay, so now let's try that. Because I imagine we're getting two different numbers here. Yeah, so on the game instance, it takes 29 milliseconds. Then in order to get the response back to the master process, it takes an extra 10 milliseconds. Yeah, so there it took 20 and 27, 31 and 40. So on average, it looks like it's taking about 8 milliseconds to send a response back. And it's taking about 20 milliseconds to compute whether this is valid or not. Am I okay with that? I mean, I don't know how I could be anything other than okay with it. What if I got rid of the logging? Oh, that's happening before the time is done. That could account for some of this, though. We could just cut that out. Let's take a look now. So what kind of times is this taking? It's 30 milliseconds, 34. So it didn't really affect anything. So validating defenses is done typically in about, looks like about 14 milliseconds, 15 milliseconds. Validating a defense takes about 15 ms. This only happens when you save a defense. The big metric to watch is how long it takes to simulate games. I typically work in Visual Studio, but for a personal project, I'm working with JavaScript and I've been using Sublime. My reliance on IntelliSense. What shortcuts are you using to find the names of your methods and parameters? So control space on Windows by default is what's going to do autocomplete, but it's not IntelliSense. So if I type RESP, it'll just automatically tell me what it can complete it with, but it's not smart about that. So if I start a brand new file and I say function sum x comma y, well, let's call this like operand 1, operand 2. And clearly a sum function is going to work like this. So yeah, IntelliSense is helping me out right now. Or sorry, autocomplete is helping me out right now. But then let's say I'm starting to write another function and I'm like just some other thing. And I say return op. This doesn't exist in this scope. So IntelliSense would know that, and it would know, hey, I shouldn't return these things to you. And if you want something like that for Sublime, you should look into something called Tern, T-E-R-N. I never actually got this to work. But this is like, it says auto completion, but yeah, it has jump to definition, jump back to where you were, select all references to that variable. This is a JavaScript aware autocomplete, and Atom I think has it built in by default. I'm not actually sure about that. Let's go try that out. So if I did that same thing in Atom, let's try that. What is it? Grammar, JavaScript. So I paste this in, and then if I say return op, yeah, so it knows here that that doesn't exist. If I said return, or wait, no, maybe it's, so it knows about these, and here it knows that they don't exist. No, it doesn't. All right, no, never mind. Atom isn't any better about this. Granted, scoping rules in JavaScript are a little weird, mostly with hoisting. So Draclin, what I do to type that is a whole lot of keyboard shortcuts. So I hit Control P to go to a file. So if I'm like, hey, I want to call get tile in Arena. So I might be like, okay, let me go to the shared Arena class. So I type that in, and then I go to get tile with Control R. I can tell you the shortcuts for these actually all at the end. Then I get the function, I hit Control page down to go back to here, and I type it into here of like, oh, it was get tile. There we go. So this is not a fast way to do it, but I use Control P, select a file that has the function that I want. Then Control R, select the function within that file. So Control P, go over to something that I want, Control R to get that, then Control C to copy the name, then Control plus page down to go back to where I was. This is a custom shortcut though, so if you take a look at this, yeah, this is why this shortcut works the way that it does for me. And then yeah, I can paste it in. So Draclin, this is, I'll just paste this. In the end, like maybe you should look into something like Tern. It might speed things up, or even an entirely different IDE that already has everything set up for you. So something like WebStorm. I don't know if this is free to use. Yeah, they have a 30-day trial. So maybe try something like this. I don't know how much it costs to buy it either. Oh, it's a subscription. Pay monthly. Individual customers. Oh, that was for businesses. Oh. Yeah, so you could get it for $6 a month or for $60 a year. And for education, if you're a student, you can probably get it for free. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd look into something like WebStorm, which might already have all this configured for you and just kind of knows what code you're working on. I don't know how well it works with ES6. All right, so all we know right now is that like this worked, and what we need to do is figure out how to figure out whether this is working like definitely. So here's what we'll do. We'll set tilex to -1 and we'll try this again. And unfortunately, you know what we should do? We should just make this take in these variables. So validate defense, we'll take in this entire thing. So const task params equals rec.body.task params. There. So now you can just pass in all of this. Is it going to be a JSON blob though? Probably not. Is WebStorm good? I haven't used it. I use PHP Storm, which actually works for JavaScript, or at least used to. Maybe WebStorm is now the de facto JavaScript IDE from JetBrains. I thought it was slow, so that was my big gripe with it. I like Sublime because it's fast, and because if I know a code base, then chances are I can edit almost just as easily. Meanwhile, in Vim, the thing is, Vim doesn't do that out of the box because Vim doesn't do anything out of the box. So it's just like configuring Turn in Sublime, I guess. But it is good that you have that, man. Okay, so task params we have here. I don't know if we should turn this into... How about we just do this? Let's just stringify task params. And then just rest.send 200. Okay. So we run this, and now what we want to pass in is task params of all of this. This is probably not going to work. Yeah, it says text or file. Yeah, that didn't work. What if we just json.parsed it? It probably won't parse. Kalak. Thanks for following. I like the palindrome. You have the reverse of my name. You have 5 letters and 4 numbers, and your letters are the palindrome. Fascinating. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I don't think this is going to parse, and I think I need to turn this into a proper string. Yeah, I do. Unexpected token D in JSON. Yeah, that's a problem. So let's stringify this whole thing. There we go. So now here's the string. We plop this into an editor. We format it. Oh, that's so ugly. That kind of works. Yeah, that does work. Okay, let's use that then. So if we copy paste all of this into here, does this all of a sudden just work? Please do. It's still not working. Why not? Parsing this should work. If I say, oh, maybe it's the new lines? JSON.parse unexpected token. Okay, fine. So let's just copy paste this. Oh, this won't work because of the double quotes. That's why. Drat. Yeah, that's what's causing this to fail. So I need to put this in single quotes and then hope that I don't have any other single quotes in here. It's still failing. Oh, come on. What is wrong with this? So I put this in quotes and I put this in quotes. Is this not valid? Yeah, this string is fine. I just can't parse it for some reason. Unexpected token ... Oh, that's... There's a literal ellipsis in here, isn't there? What is ... How did I forget this? There it is. I don't see it here. Something's wrong. Yeah, something's wrong. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it just says unexpected token. So where is there a problem? Let's try just JSON.parsing something. Why am I even using the browser for this? Let's just use Node. So if I put all this in here, JSON.parse, yeah, it should give me the same thing. And I could now see... Okay. So yeah, what's the problem here? If I do this, this is all valid JSON. Do I have a quote in here somewhere? No. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why I can't just join all these lines and then put quotes around the whole thing and have that parse. Yeah, it still says unexpected token. But I don't know where there's an unexpected token. I could just try deleting things. But if it's valid JSON like this, then it should be okay. I don't know. Let's try just an individual object then. How about that? So I put this inside of an object. Wait, is that the problem? No. Because of the question mark? There is no question mark. It's a... Oh, maybe it's the new lines? Give me some ideas what to do. I think you should try remaking an old game. Let's try changing code to test. Maybe that's what's going wrong here. It might be those new line characters. Oops. Yeah, it was those. Wow. I didn't know you can't have those. How do you make a new line in JSON then? Do you have to have //n? Probably. Unexpected token call. Oh. Alright, let me try one more thing. Okay, this works. So what's the code that we get? Is the code correct at least? //n/ no, that's not right. And no, HDSong, it wouldn't be impossible. And it all depends on what you mean by one developer. If you mean just one person coding, then I would say no, it's not impossible. If you would say one person doing everything, then I would say like, yeah, there comes a point where just you can't do that kind of scale on your own. Like, can one person make World of Warcraft? Like, one person could make any of the individual systems in World of Warcraft, but the game is so incredibly large that I don't think one person could even make that in their lifetime at this point, no matter how good of a coder they are. There's just too much stuff. There's too much stuff to make. Yeah, that would be nice, Spurtman, but I can't do that. Well, all right. Let's try feeding this through the system anyway, and let's see if this works. So we pass this into the server, and why it just totally breaks. Just use autocomplete to finish the code. This is still failing. What is going on? Can I just pass in a JSON file or something at this point? What if I just did this? Oh, wait a second. It's already a string, so I don't need that part, do I? Press and hold control space. Ah, there we go. All right, so yeah, this is wrong. I don't know why. I don't know how to get this to be correct. How do we just specify a new line in here without this totally screwing up? Oh, that's how. What? What did I ever do wrong then? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. All right, fine. The answer is I don't know, and yet I've fixed it. So I guess I should stop caring and just change all these to regular single slashes and then just paste this into here. But then what caused it to break? Yeah, it's working totally fine now. I don't know what I did. Okay, well, whatever. It's working. It just beats me. Doesn't matter. Okay, so now that we have the task params, we can just pass those off. So all this has let us do, and this is exactly what I wanted to do, is be able to test whether this stuff works or is broken. What does this do? So I can't... Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so if I set the tile x to -1, for example, this should break. Yeah, tile is out of bounds. It doesn't tell you what tile is out of bounds, though. It probably should. Tile is out of bounds. Yeah, so let's do it this way. Yeah, so we're going to get all these things tested out. So could not validate defense, tile is out of bounds, -1, 1. Perfect. Okay, so that's working. Now let's set the tile Y to be out of bounds and make sure that that's working too. Yep, perfect. Okay. Now let's change the hardware to something that doesn't exist. So we'll type melee with 4 E's instead of 3 E's. And it says could not validate defense, hardware slot configuration is not valid. Cool. Now let's try using lasers instead of melee. This should still be fine. Yep. And now let's get rid of lasers from our inventory. That did not seem to break anything. Okay, that seems like a problem. Right? This inventory doesn't contain lasers and we're trying to use lasers. Inventory. There are no lasers, right? Yeah, no lasers. We have Inferno lasers, Vampiric, and Stun lasers, but no lasers. Yeah, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. How did that fail, though? Wow. It's just successfully validating every time. Well, let's go find out. So we go through each bot, get their slot config. Oh, right. I have a to-do item here that says make sure they own the hardware they're trying to use. Whoops. All right. So all we have to do is this. Missing hardware items equals hardware slot configuration dot get hardware items missing. We pass in the inventory, which we don't even have. Player probably has that. Let's go into shared player, get inventory. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so player.getInventory and then the item template depot. So now this just has to say make sure they actually own the hardware they're trying to use. Assert. So how does this work? It returns an array of items no matter what. Yeah, so we need to make sure that the length of this array is equal to 0. Size missing hardware items is 0. Missing items from hardware slot configuration. Now what we could do is try to stringify everything in here to figure out exactly what you're missing. I think this is fine though. And yeah, Endorn, I think everything after 41 got off by 1. So everything before 41 should have been fine. Oops. My fingers were off by 1 there. Stupid quotes. Alright, so I should have fixed that bug. Hey, Salamandra. The day has finally arrived. Mario has a license. What? Really? Super Mario iPhone game. Whoa, Miyamoto's there? What is this? Super Mario Run? Seriously? They made like a runner game? I'm guessing this is just Temple Run. Wait, is this already on the App Store? Oh, okay. Wow. Wow, though. I am surprised about that. It's pretty crazy. More of a Rayman Fiesta style runner game. Rayman Fiesta? Is that a game or a meme? It's a game. It's not like Clown Fiesta. Oh, pretty cool then. Alright, so let's try this out. So I send this, could not validate defense, missing items from hardware. Yeah, okay, perfect. So if I go back to using melee, this should work. Perfect. Okay, great, cool. Now let's try an invalid configuration where I try like melee level 5. Yeah, hardware slot configuration is not valid. Actually, I should just print that out. Bought that hardware. Okay, so that's working fine. So now let's try invalid code. Let's try calling the eval function in here. Couldn't create a bot. So yeah, it couldn't create it because the code was invalid, but it doesn't tell you that the code's invalid. So this could be hit because, I'll just write that in here actually. Maybe the code was invalid. And then this to do item is actually to done. So we'll put that there. I'm pretty impressed with Nintendo. I think they had an aversion toward making mobile games that weren't on their own platforms, and now they're apparently branching out. Okay, so invalid code is now caught. So what else can we break in here? It's pretty much everything. I mean, the waypoint, for example. If I set this to -1, that validated? That shouldn't be right. Oh, it's not called waypoint X. It's called waypoint.tilex. Okay, fine. Alright, so let waypoint X equals bot.waypoint.tilex. And let waypoint Y equal kind of the same thing. And then if these are integers, then just use those. There. Let's try that out now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not looking forward to too many Nintendo games like I used to be. I think the biggest game I'm looking forward to right now is Yooka-Laylee, by far. And I am sorely disappointed that it's not releasing next month. But I can't wait to play that game. It's gonna be fun. I'm trying to avoid anything in the hype cycle about it. I just want to get the game and play it, and hopefully love it as much as I love the Banjo games. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I'm also thinking I'll probably buy the new Zelda game. And then I don't know if there's anything on 3DS that's ever going to be worth buying for me. What game? Yooka-Laylee? So I will show you Yooka-Laylee. Yeah, this. Yeah, I'm super hyped for this. Like, I don't usually get hyped for games anymore, but this game I'm like, oh my god, I have to play it. I have to play it. So I can't wait for this. What about Banjo Nuts and Bolts? I actually haven't played that. I played Banjo Kazooie and Banjo Tooie, and I really liked those games. I thought they were great. They had a lot of charm to them, good gameplay mechanics. The game design doesn't hold up very well to the test of time. There's a lot of like, oh, you have to walk all the way over to here now, and it's like, why didn't you just put that closer to me? And I don't know, but I like the games. Okay, so towers we're just ignoring for now. The waypoint should now be used. So yeah, cannot validate defense. The waypoint's invalid. So let's put that to 1. It should validate. Perfect. We put this to -6. Perfect. Okay, so now the ID is 14. I don't think this is used at all, so we can just delete that. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So blueprint ID of, let's say, 3. That should break everything. Yep, doesn't own a blueprint of ID 3. So now ID of the player doesn't matter. The name doesn't matter. The primary color and secondary color doesn't matter. And the inventory does matter. The blueprints, yeah, I think everything else is fine. Okay, cool. So I actually did fix a couple of bugs here. That was good. I don't know much about the new Zelda game either, and I know there are channels out there like Game Explain. I'm trying to avoid those too. I found that if I want to watch a game or movie, or sorry, if I want to watch a movie or play a game, excuse me, that I should just go do that thing and not look into anything else about it. Hey, Smelly Bad. You better put a cap at the end of that message. Yeah, I'm still working. Okay, so we've checked out everything. I think it's validated. So test this. We're done with that. So there can't be a persistent arena on the game server. We're treating this like I'm making my own version of Lambda. Stop the game server from creating its own arena. Yeah. Part of this was like, I need to figure out whether it's cheaper to create an arena and then wipe it out or to just create a new arena. I don't actually know what's faster. So, but right now, I think the speeds are pretty good. Validating a defense is taking about 15 milliseconds. Granted, I'm not putting down very many bots. If I were, like, let's say I had all of this stuff. And yeah, Luculus, that's what I was talking about. I saw that. I saw that the video was there, I mean. I didn't actually watch the video. Okay, so if we have a much larger defense structure here, yeah, this would probably take longer to validate. But again, as long as it's less than like 100 milliseconds, I think we're fine. We might need to simulate a game with it too. I'm not sure. Botland 2, keep up. Okay, I'm happy with this. You watched the whole video? Yeah, I think GameXplain, from what I've seen of other games, does a pretty good job at breaking the games down. Hey, Chronofroze. Alright. So, I think we're done with that. Main should not have any of the validation code that I've added. It should be moved to another class. Yeah. So I'm going to lint this, I'll check it in, I'll clean up the code a little bit, and then all we've done is made it so that you can now upload your defense to... No, you can't even do that. I didn't do the rest of this, did I? I don't know if minifying the code would help the time to process it, or is it just size-wise? It should take the same amount of time to process. One of the things that I'd considered is that I don't necessarily have to validate the code anymore. Like, you could just write arbitrary JavaScript if you want, including things like imagine, so there are some things you need to abide by, like having an update function, but then you could write something like, you know, eval delete hard drive, and you'd just be allowed to call this, but you'd be running inside of a sandbox that doesn't do anything when you call delete hard drive. So in that case, I wouldn't have to validate your JavaScript at all, other than to make sure that it's a certain length. However, I think there are benefits to evaluating it. One of the benefits is I can make sure that you're abiding by the API and that everything you're going to do is going to work, more or less. Yeah, so let's take a look at the linter. Any game server problems here? Yeah, this stuff, heroes aren't in the game. This should be all deleted, I guess. Padding is defined but never used. Well, let's use it then. I mean, this doesn't really matter. I guess we should get rid of all the hero stuff. Yeah, we should. I'm going to write myself a note. Get rid of all hero stuff from the game. How do you charge the phone and listen to music at the same time? Actually, that's a good question. Probably Bluetooth headphones. Yeah, so the rest of this is fine. This should be deleted. All right. So here's the only problem. There's a lot of code to look through here now. Why would you listen to music when you have Mario? What if you want to listen to the Mario music? All right, let's delete this. So validate defense is coming from server.js. We have validate defense. This is probably not doing anything. Yeah, all this code's got to get deleted. Just deleted. So I'll write here to do call out to a game server to validate the defense. And then if that works, then to do validate that the user has the cosmetics and hardware that they're trying to use. Which would mean going through this entire structure, building up a list of hardware or hardware slot configurations. Actually, Can the account server even do this? Presumably it can. And cosmetic items I haven't done yet though. There's no validation for that. But I think there's inventory util. Yeah, this does it, doesn't it? Add item to inventory, remove item, deserialize, serialize, validate inventory. Here it is. Yep. So the items that you require and then the inventory you actually have are all those items in the inventory. That's all this does. Okay, well, and that's presumably going to be possible and also is going to take a long time to do. Well, we're not there yet. Use inventory util for this. Okay, so validate defense is not needed in the account server. We can delete this entire thing. And then we're not even going to check this in, so it doesn't matter. What about this one? Bundle entire game state? Yeah, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Create CPUs. So serialize client entities, I never finished. Should ideally cut down on space. I'm not even gonna write that here. I'm gonna start making a website with Python, wish me luck. Wait, what, Puka? Whatever happened to my suggestion? Why not make a game like Pong or Tetris? Adam, on the client, how are all the different scripts linked together? Or is it just a bunch of script tags on the parent HTML file? And for the server, are you using require and node? So yeah, Draclin, there aren't very many, whoops, hang on, I opened the wrong thing. Okay, there aren't very many scripts needed on the client. There are a few third-party ones like Pixie and Blockly, and then there is all of my code, which is in a single file, bundle.js. So Webpack puts it into a single file for me. And then, yeah, it's just a script tag at the end. And in the server, are you just using require? Yes, I am. You can't put games and Python in the same sentence. Yeah, you can. You can use Pygame or something if you want. The player to serialize entities for. And I guess this returns an array of bots, or of objects at that point. I think the desk was too high here. I feel strain in my shoulders. Maybe it's just my posture. I don't know. I went to the gym for the first time in like a week yesterday. I hadn't gone because I hurt myself too much the last time I went. You're using Webpack to effectively compile all your client code? Yeah. Does anyone know off the top of their head how permanent a 2D WebGL game wrapped in Electron would be in comparison to something like a 2D Unity game? I don't know. Okay, we can close out of this. So I don't even really use that function. Teleport hero, this is all, I don't want to save this. I don't think this is worthwhile. Yeah, I think we delete all of this. Okay. And then bots to redeploy, like we don't need this. Yeah, there. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's okay. That's fine, that's okay. Yep, okay, cool. So all of that makes sense. Let's keep looking through these things. Yeah, this is fine, and this means that I really should get rid of all of those other, like get task params is just not a thing that's needed anymore. Yeah, we can delete this, and we can delete this, And what else do we have here? Get cluster message type. This is probably not needed either now. I don't want to have stuff until I want to use it. Yeah, so this is not needed. We can delete that. And presumably there's something else we can delete here, but I don't know what. Well, there's all of this. We can definitely delete that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, let's go back to this. So this is fine. Cool. This is also fine. This is not in the right location, but probably looks okay. I'm not going to clean any of this up yet until I move it to a new file. Yeah, we can get rid of this though. Okay. Why was I unfollowed? You're saying you... That happens every once in a while to people. I'm not sure. That's a Twitch bug. It's a really, really bad Twitch bug, right? Because what if there's someone who you really like watching and they don't stream very frequently, and then you just randomly unfollow them, and now they start streaming again after like 1 or 2 months, and you just never know that they're there. Okay, returns in MS. Yeah, I think all this stuff is fine. Is capturing for journal, we're not going to check that in. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. And that's okay. Alright, so a CPU is only created... okay, so this commit largely deals with exporting a defense, or validating a defense. There were some changes needed to... Changes made to accommodate this, like what exactly? Oh yeah, like making CPUs be owned by a player instead of by a team. No, essentially these are like, a lot of these bugs are just very difficult to track down sometimes. And sometimes the team that starts a product is not necessarily driven by good code. Sometimes they're just driven by money. I feel like when that happens, you end up with technical debt, and a lot of technical debt. And then you have good coders on the team who have to undo the mistakes of bad coders. I'm not saying that that's definitely what happened at Twitch, but it's possible. Okay, yeah. So note that the validation can only happen through a separate REST client like Postman right now. Do they capitalize the M in Postman? No, they don't. Through a separate REST client like Postman right now. And it's not complete either. E.g., we're not validating towers or whether you own cosmetic items. I think the rest of this. So botland? I hope not. Alright. So I think these three things are all refactoring efforts. Let's do the easiest one of these, which is just removing dead code. This is actually not going to be that easy, but first, here's what we should do. We should get the list of things that already have changes. Is that even necessary? Maybe it's not. We're going to have to remove a lot for this, actually. account server needs to talk directly to a game server cluster. Okay, let's save the refactoring for later then. Let's put this down here. So the account server needs to talk directly to a game server cluster. That means that we need to give it a host and port so that I can identify that cluster and then reach out to it with all the details that are necessary. So this is mainly like I hooked up the end. I need to hook up the start now. And then I need to finish writing all that. Yeah, so these 3 items are all related. I think I'll do these 3 and then I'll get lunch because this will probably take about an hour. Right? Yeah, probably about an hour. Okay, so let's start this. So giving them a host and a port that identifies them. Let's close out of this stuff. We should probably keep this around. Yeah. Account server env. Yeah, so we're going to need to pass in 2 more bits of information here, which is going to make Ansible more annoying to work with. I'm the best around. I don't expect a whole lot from my moderators, to be honest. So I think most of them don't do anything mod related. And that's fine. Oh man. All right. Yeah, let me get this working then. I'm gonna have to add this to Ansible at some point. So add game server connection information to Ansible for starting the account server. Gonna need another load balancer for that, which I guess we just don't worry about for right now. It should be opaque to the account server, whether it's connecting to a single cluster or to a load balanced set of clusters. Okay. Either way, though, we definitely need this information. So when we go to account server run.cmd, we're setting all of this stuff. We're going to have to say set game server host equals localhost, and I guess game server port equals, what is it running on? I actually don't know what port it's running on. 8083? It should say as soon as I started, so we'll just find out right now. Yeah, 8083. Okay, that's fine. And I guess we've been calling this REST port the whole time, as opposed to a TCP port. You should make everyone with more than 199 hours a moderator. Honestly, so every time I make someone a moderator, there's at least one person, usually like 1 or 2, who are like, why am I not a moderator now? And because I don't even really expect moderators to do anything in this channel, it's kind of arbitrary for me to promote people to be a moderator. Hey, we're for you. Anyway, okay, so we got this. So game server host and game server port, and I'll just write something like, this could refer to a single cluster or to a load balancer. We don't know or care. Yeah, everyone did lose it. But yeah, there have been a few people in chat who I've wanted to make moderators, and I just thought, what does that do? Like, I want to make them moderators because they're generally helpful and because they talk more than once a week. But then it's just everyone in chat who's typing has a sword next to their name. Everyone's a moderator. You don't have the power to do anything. That works until you run into having too many people in chat. Then you can't moderate it all yourself. Why is my pet rock not a moderator? Yeah, if you go to bot.land and click Reddit here, and yeah, where is it? No updates in 3 weeks. This is about all that happened since. Voucher has been timed out. That was it. Okay, so game server host and game server port. Let's make sure that these things exist, and they have to exist. So we're going to do them the same way that we did these for the overseer, I believe. Oh, that was only if that thing was there. Okay, so this dot game server host equals process.env dot game server host, right? And then game server rest port. This dot game server rest port equals parse int. All right, now both of those should exist. So let's go make sure that that's the case. Assert is string. This dot over game server host. Need to specify game server host, and then assert underscore dot is integer. This dot game server rest port. Need to specify game server rest port. All right, now here's what we can do in this file at least. Yeah, essentially, so tomorrow is the 1 year anniversary of this stream. So I have streamed for about 1,500 hours over the past year. And tomorrow is Terraria Day. We're going to celebrate. I don't normally stream on Thursdays. Walter says, what did I do now? Oh, we were talking about when I made Walshy a mod, and you were outraged. You basically blackmailed me into making you a mod. Now I can't unmod you. Okay, so yeah, let's change some of this stuff. Is number can be changed to is integer. And that way we can delete this. In fact, I could have done both of these at once. Is integer, and then we delete this. There. So that's simpler to understand code. Now we don't have some crazy line of code going off to the right. Yeah, thanks, Sensius. Yeah, I think I started the stream and I had like 11 or 18 views and I think 1 follow. So that was a year ago. So I had like no internet presence whatsoever. I had a YouTube channel that nobody watched. And to be fair, I mean, all the social media stuff is at just bot.land. There are not a whole lot of people anywhere here except for maybe Twitch. YouTube has, I think, 230 subscribers. Facebook has, I don't even know how they measure it in likes, I guess, maybe 300 or something. Reddit has 36 followers. Twitter has about 100. The blog, I don't even check. I don't post there anymore. Coffee, I like your name. Thanks for following. You streamed as many hours as I wasted on Dota too. Yeah, I linked to that, Walter, that you're talking about there. All right, so I've been very slow to do this. So we have this combination of stuff now. So we're done with that. Now call the validate defense API. So we go into server.js, and when you want to validate a defense, wait a second, no, it's when you want to save a defense that you eventually call into validate, and that's here. So the only way to do this is to make a client for the game server. Oh, we don't have that. We just don't have that. That's too bad. We have a matchmaker REST client. We're gonna need a game server REST client. Okay, we gotta do this. Actually, that's done, I suppose. Make a game server REST client on the account server. No, Wouter, I think the time is broken, but I think there have been 5 follows today. Yeah, so like I said, I'm going to finish up these features and then I'm going to get lunch. So it'll probably be about an hour. So let's look for a new REST server over here. Should be an account server's main. Yes, there it is. And we'll need this. So this dot setup game server REST client. So the account server needs to connect to the game server, and the game server needs to connect to the account server. And I think there might be a deadlock there. Because I think that both wait before starting up their own server, which means that this can't work. Let's try that out. Let's turn off the account server and see if the game server can start up. Can it? Nope, it can't. That's too bad. All right, well, so problem, the account server needs the game server and the game server needs the account server. So solution, make it so that both can contact the other, make it so that both can proceed without needing the other to exist. Or just one. Is this a multiplayer game? So originally it was real-time multiplayer in that you were playing in a situation sort of like this. So you were putting down bots and other players were putting down bots and they would just fight each other. That is no longer the case. The way that it works now is that only one player is present during a game and then the other player set up whatever they were doing ahead of time. Oh, I can't show you that now. So that's more like Clash of Clans. Clash of Clans is multiplayer, but only one player is playing at a time in a game. you. All right. What we could do here is just set this up afterward. That way you just have to start the account server first. I think that, so right now the game server already relied on the account server. So I think we should, no, you know what? I don't think the game server's connection should be tested until it's needed. Yeah, that's the solution. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna come back. I'll finish this up. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. All right. Thanks, Sanchez. Let me see what else I missed in chat. Okay. Okay, so I think that this should just be done as it's needed, which is, I believe, how the matchmaker client works. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do the same thing here. We'll just copy paste this. and we'll say set up game server REST client. So we don't care about this. Connect to matchmaker. You don't care about that. We do care about this. So this is going to be game server REST client. And Phoenix, thanks for following. So this changes to whatever I put in the account server environment, game server host, and game server REST port. Successfully connected to the game server. Because the game server may be started later. There's no handshake that needs to. I capitalize game server sometimes and not other times. There's not, I don't know, whatever, I'll just capitalize it here. I really don't think it matters too much. So we can capitalize it here too. Hey, Hubiaku. Don't correct bot. That bot, it makes it aggressive. I need a main tank against this bot. Okay, so I think this is fine. Now the issue that we have here is that there's no such thing as a game server REST client. I guess we're gonna have to make one. Let's just save this as game server REST client.js and then rename matchmaker everywhere to game server. So game server REST client. This is connecting to the game server. This stuff is going to be whatever we wrote in the environment over here. So game server host. Done. And actually, you know what? Let's just rename it in the whole file. There. And then game server port. Done. Okay, so the amount of time to wait when connecting to the game server. Honestly, this should not be very long. I'd say like 1,000 milliseconds. I miss old Simpsons episodes. I'm going to watch them all again at some point. Did you want that server in New York or San Francisco? That's a good question. I don't know where the players are who are going to be connecting to this. Yeah, probably New York. Yeah, I would say New York. Thanks, DJ. Which, by the way, did we ever get, if you go to bot.land, share with others, Terraria, did we ever get more yeses? People will hopefully know now that it's tomorrow. Yeah. Do you plan on joining in-game for Terraria on Thursday? And we got 4 yeses and 11 maybes. I have no idea how many people to expect. I gotta buy chips and dip and drinks and just should have gotten responses. But now it won't happen. All right, so this is not Matchmaker Connect timeout. This is gonna be Game Server Connect timeout. And add a user to the queue. Yeah, none of this stuff's gonna exist. You can just delete all this. Test connection, that is going to exist. Test connection to game server error. Tomorrow? Yeah, Wouter. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Because I think the big difference between Minecraft and Terraria, Minecraft was a whole lot of fun for about 20 minutes, and then it turned into normal fun, and then it turned into, wait, what are we doing, guys? Like, what's the point of this? And Terraria is, I think, more to accomplish than you can accomplish in 8 hours. I think. I don't actually know if that's true. Like, whenever I play through it on my own, it takes forever, but that's because I'm one person. I don't know if it's going to go faster or slower with more people. I assume faster. Aw, Luculus. Okay, so this stuff's working. We should have the connection now. Now the only thing we need to do... Oh, whoops. No, hang on. Darn it. Where did I go? So we need to pass this in here. Game server REST client. And that's currently not... I don't know why I typed that so many times. So the account server main, when we say matchmaker REST client, we pass it in here. Gotta put that there. All right, now we can test this out. So in server, how about we do this? Where's the to-do that I made here? Yeah, call out to the game server to validate the defense. So this dot game server rest client dot validate defense. We got to pass in a whole bunch of stuff. We don't even have this stuff, so we got to go to the database for it. And not playing both games. I'm really hyped for the stream just to see you doing something other than code and botland. The music stream is so much fun. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I host people like Chronic Sauce sometimes. He's got like 200 or 300 viewers when he's playing Mario Maker. I think it was last night or the day before. He's playing World of Warcraft and he had like 26 people. And this is pretty standard, I think, for a lot of Twitch streamers where they play their main thing and they get 100% of their normal amount of viewers. And they play anything other than their main thing and they get at most 25% of their normal amount of viewers. So yeah, I don't expect there to be a lot of people tomorrow watching the stream or anything. I don't think Terraria is like a popular game on Twitch. And see Puka, but I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it to have fun, to celebrate with with the viewers. Excuse me, I was gonna say with streamers. So call out to the game server to validate the defense. For right now, there's not a whole lot we can do. We need to pass in the defense, and we need to pass in the player details. So player details go here. So we don't have that information. And I'll put this there, I guess. Then after that's done, so we would get a success message or a failure message. Response, I guess. Walter, random button mashing is probably better than no button mashing in a game. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Luculus. Alright, so let's say logger.info got a response from validate defense. And we don't really care what the response is. We can stringify it maybe. And catch would be an error. Logger.error. Error. Validating defense. So we get rid of that. And then that's where this stuff would happen, is in save. We'd had to save the defense afterward. Yeah. So this is going to have to be deleted for now. Now we don't have the validate defense function yet. So we've got to call this correctly. Let's go do that. Validate defense. So let's look at how I did this in the Matchmaker REST client. We had all of this. So this is going to be the validate API URL is validate defense, and we're going to be posting to it, so all of that is fine. And we're going to send along the serialized defense and the player details. I guess we're going to send this as defense. Yeah, I think it's fine. Why have I got no access on Discord admin only room? I don't know. I'm never in Discord. And yeah, I'll have to write this down for tomorrow. So Terraria day 9/8/16. So one is record all metrics. Actually, I should do that tonight. Record all metrics if I haven't already of how long I've streamed, along with view count, follower count, etc. And let's see, set up audio correctly. Modified today, set up Discord. Include Discord, include rules, new player, amount of time in chat. Yeah. Alright. Okay, cool. So we send this, we return the response directly, otherwise we just get an error. And in that case, I guess we just throw the error, which means we're not even really catching it. All right, so this calls into validate defense. Validate defense is on the rest server of the game server. That is going to call into here. We're going to take things from task params. That's not going to be a thing anymore. So we're going to say const defense equals rec.body.defense and const player details equals that. And then what did task params look like right now? It looked like whatever's stored in here. Oh, it literally had task params in it. Don't think that's going to be a good idea. No, I do. You can still do that. I feel like I should call quote every once in a while. Let's run a couple of things there. Okay, well, let's make sure we're calling this correctly. So we pass in the defense and the player details. So then on the other side, we need to take in defense and player details. So we have both of those. If neither of those exists, so if not util.exists defense, and we could say it this way maybe, underscore.get rec.body defense, and then same thing with player details. Or not util, well, let's do it that way, I guess. Return rest.send, why do I forget these? Was it 400 that's a malformed request? Bad request, yeah. So 400, defense was not specified, cool, and then same thing down here with player details. Okay, so if those things were defined, then now we need to pass off these task parameters like this, defense player details. So we can get rid of this part. And now task params shouldn't be needed on the caller side. So let's go find that. What is this? We don't care about that. No, that's all correct. We just assign. Yeah, I think this should work. I think. We don't have task params in here. We just had defense. This isn't correct. Something's wrong. No, this is right. Okay, well, let's try it. I don't know. Maybe something's going to break here. We'll have to see. So I can start at the account server first. So I just run that. It fails to connect to the matchmaker and to the game server. That's all fine. Now we start up the game server cluster. This should connect to the account server. And now when we call validate defense, how do we do this? We've got to pass in the serialized defense, which is everything in here. It's not actually everything in here. We delete this part. So it's everything in this. This is serialized defense. It's got bots and it's got towers. So we take this object. All right, and we pass it in as serialized defense. So let's just join all these lines and call into the function. Where is validate defense? It's actually save defense, isn't it? We should rename this to save. Okay. So body has serialized defense. So this is going to be a string. If I call this resource not found, defense does not exist. That can't be right. Save defense is off of /defense and you post to it. What am I doing? /defense and I'm posting to it. Oh, I'm on AWS. Whoops. Okay, could not verify token. Yeah, that makes sense. So what we need to do is create a token for this particular user. It's probably gonna break. Yeah, I never verified that you're the user that you're trying to save this for. Well, that's a pretty basic mistake that I just made. right? Does that... What do we have here? Let's just save this for your player. Maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think this should be fine. So let's go back to here. And then we just get a token for someone. Again, I don't think this should matter. So let's go to create token, wherever that is. Where's create token? There. So we get this token. We save it in here. Cool. Now we call into save defense. Drat. Why is that failing? Could not verify token. I just made a token. Is it for the wrong user? What's going on here? Like, what does it think this token is? User ID 1, and the secret is bots. Yeah, that's correct. So why is this not working? Manage local, account 1 token. I paste that in, I hit update. This should be fine. Okay, I don't know. This happened before. I don't know what to do about this though. I don't know what. Oh wait, yes, no, I know what's happening. It's validated defense that's failing. Yeah. Cannot validate token. I really should write that down. No, because the next, I should just remove this next from being in then here. This has nothing to do with that. Yeah, return promise.try next. How does promise.try work? Oh, hello. So just a function. So promise.try next dot then I don't care, but dot catch error. Rest dot send. It would have already sent something though, right? Not if there was an error that we didn't. Yeah, no, it wouldn't have. Rest dot send 400 error. Server side error, which is not a 400, that's a 500, I think. Internal server error, yeah. So we do that, and then we make sure to print this out. This should fix all those stupid problems I'm running into. Try this. Cool, what's happening? Validate defense is not a function. That probably means the game... No, that doesn't mean that. Okay, what's happening? Validate defense is right here. Do we not have this? Yeah, it's right there. Why wouldn't that work? It means I'm creating the wrong thing. I know what's going on. That was silly. We have set up game server REST client. This is trying to create a matchmaker client here. Yeah, this should have been game server REST client. There, and then matchmaker REST client. We just do this and that. There, perfect. Okay, that should fix everything. Let's try that out. Click. Defense is not defined. Okay, so that's good. That's a different problem than what we ran into. Where is this happening? Right here. Yep, it's not called defense. It's called serialized defense. So that was just a minor error. We just changed that. There. Now we try again. And eventually, this will get to the game server cluster and hopefully validate things. So, what in the world just happened there? I think there was a bug. No, that was fine, actually. Internal server error. Doesn't tell me what it was, though. Very strange. Internal server error. Unless this came from a different section. validate defense goes over to this. Oh, wait. What's happening in the cluster here? Aha! I found it. Underscore is not defined. This is coming from the rest server. Oh, not bad. Okay. So yeah, we just have to do this. And then restart the cluster. And we should get back to what we want. We can't send this again. Oh, cancel. I didn't know that was there. Util is not defined? Seriously? Here we go. What just happened? Super weird. Alright. Got it. Defense is not an object. Alright. Let's figure it out. So we have this right here. Get from the body defense. Yeah, what do we have in this body? For var k in rec.body console.log /t plus k. Alright, let's try that out. We have defense and we have player details. So what's failing here? We try to get defense. And we try to get player details. And they're both there. And then this says assertion error defense is not an object. Oh. It's probably not an object then. It's probably... No, what? No, it doesn't make any sense. What is this? There it is. It's a string. Is a string not considered an object? Node ld equals required low dash ld dot is object hello. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, so we would need to parse this. I guess it's not passed as JSON. Olo, it's not any different, and that's what's important to understand. It's exactly the same as using prototypal inheritance. They're just syntactic sugar for one another. And hey, Nick, thanks for the host. And hey, Nick's viewers. I should show you guys Botland, but I don't think it's possible right now. The game has undergone so many changes, and I'm currently busy breaking infrastructure here. How'd your stream go, Nick? Alright, so we could parse this. For anyone who wants the overview of what Botland is, you can check out that video. But yeah, I can't just show the game right now. I thoroughly broke everything in the last day or so. It'll be back to working probably in about a week, I think. But there's a lot to get through. So this defense should just be parsed, given that it's a string. We don't necessarily even need to do that ourselves, but we should pass JSON over correctly. Oh, that's cool, Nick. Huh. Hey, has Ludum Dare finished the rankings of everybody yet? I haven't checked out people's games. I should go check out which ones are in the running, the competition aspect. Might very well play Terraria with my drawing tablet tomorrow. It's not a good experience to play on a tablet. I'll tell you that right now. I've already tried before. If you have a controller or something, then it's fine. But just on a tablet alone, it's not good. Yeah, so defense is not an object. So we can change this. So defense isn't being passed as an object. It's a JSON string. Just comments, no winners? Oh wow, they got rid of them? Huh. Shouldn't be talking at them. I'm turning all my bad JS into efficient JS because I learned about jQuery. Why to create a 2? What does exactly the same thing as previous one? No, so... oh, So it's easier to write out class syntax than it is to write out prototypal inheritance syntax. Like, look at this. So this dot name, let me cut this out. This dot name equals name, and say name would be something like console.log. My name is plus this dot name. So this isn't even the ES6 way of writing things actually. Let's copy paste this down here. So you'd say var person equals function name, and you'd say this dot name equals name. That's still the same. And then you'd say person.prototype.sayName equals function this. So here is the ES5 way of doing things. ES5 way of doing things. And the ES6 way of doing things is actually not quite this. It would be this. There. Whoops, no saving. So why would you want one way over the other? Well, I think this is slightly cleaner. You don't need to explicitly say that this is part of the class. It's just inside the class, so it's there. It's implicit. And you don't need to say that it's a function either. You just know that it's a function. You also have things like string interpolation. Again, this is a way that you could have accomplished things before by just concatenating strings together. You don't need to do that now. And Danger Ladon, thanks for following. What keyboard is that? Oh, thanks, Ramy. You beat me to it. I know visual feedback only works with a mouse and mouse 6 button. I still don't think it's going to be great. You just use a mouse. Especially if you're going to play. So, Olo, yeah, the reason why you'd use this is just any kind of syntactic sugar is not a means of accomplishing something new. It's an easier way to accomplish the same thing. So it's the same reason why you would write function sum like this, return x plus y. This is more tedious than just writing this. And if you've gotten used to this syntax, then you might like this way better. You might not. It's fine. You can choose to use either one. But although I think it's worth knowing that, like I said, this does not do anything meaningfully different than just writing out the prototypal inheritance yourself. Yeah, Luculus, I had peanut butter M&Ms the other day, and I got one with a peanut in it. And I explicitly wanted butter from that, not peanuts. I actually like peanut M&Ms as well, but that's not the point. Okay, so yeah, the problem that I was running into was this whole defenses being passed as a string. I think for now, I'm just going to parse it and then handle things on the other end. So let's try that out. So when I call into, let's get rid of this stuff, and actually that too. So when I pass in defense here and here, this part's fine, and then the game server cluster is getting it, and that takes place right here actually, right? Should be here, yeah. Oh, we parsed it on the wrong side, I guess. What happens in JavaScript if you have... And thanks for the follows, guys. Thanks. Function test parse object. Return JSON.parse object. Does this throw an error if you... I don't really know why I did things that way. But if we just say like AAA, yeah, it does throw an error. So we would need to put this in a try catch, which we already kind of have for validate defense. And this is something that the game server instance is going to take care of. We could pass it as JSON though. That way we would know right off the bat whether this is going to be valid or not. What is that sign? Is it a lambda expression? Yeah, and you can find out about these things over here on ES6 features. So if you want to write that out, you can check it out here. So right now there's no way to switch between the cubes, but will in the future. I think it would be interesting design. Wait, what? Oh, you linked a picture. It's a moving picture. Oh, pretty cool though. I'm guessing this is in Unity. Maybe I didn't use classes so much to get their advantages instead of prototypes. So that's the thing, Olo. It's not the only advantage is a typing advantage. And that's it. So syntactic sugar, what this means, this term means like here's an easier way to do the same thing you can already do. So for example, in JavaScript, I can declare a variable by saying var x equals 5. Imagine if they came up with some like, you could also have said var x colon 5. Like, if these are the same thing, then one is just sugar, syntactic sugar for the other one. And the sugary one is usually the one that's more comfortable for programmers to use. So you don't, like I said, if you don't like, and this is not valid JavaScript, but if you don't like one of these ways, then just use the other one forever. That's totally fine. You don't ever have to switch unless they take it out of the language. But I think for a lot of people, when they're like, hey, how do I make classes in JavaScript? Now having ES6 and the class keyword gives you a formal way of doing it, even though you could have already done it beforehand. If you're not going to use classes, should you stick to ES5? No, so like I said, classes aren't something new. It's just the class keyword that's new. And ES6 gives you all of these other features, a lot of which are pretty helpful even if you're not going to use any kind of inheritance. So I think that can be good to learn and then try out. All right, so I'm going to go into, yeah, return rest.send. So I guess the other thing we can do here is like, so try, I guess it should be let's. And then these should be strings. So if they're not strings, then there. Otherwise, try defense equals JSON dot parse defense and player details equals players dot parse. Either defense or player details was not a JSON string. Well, Luculus, that was a bad example, but I'm gonna call it a day right now. All right, yeah, see you, Walter. Yeah, if I don't hear it from you, I'll hear it from Programmer D. He'll tell me about it. I'd like to hear it from both of you, though. It'd be funny if one of you was like, "That was a lot of fun," and the other person said, "I hate them. I'm never gonna see them again. I don't care if they're ever in the Netherlands." All right, so we'll go over to here. We'll run this cluster again. I think that I shouldn't have to change anything in the account server for this, but it's possible that I broke everything still. What is going on? Is the account server down? Bad request. Take fix. Yeah, it just says bad request, huh? I guess that's because it's coming from here. And I'm not printing out what the error message is. So defense was not specified, player details were not specified. So it must be, it's got to be one of these things. And it could just be player details. In which case, am I even sending those across? Yeah, rest in peace. I have definitely screwed this up. So game server rest client. Validate defense, player details. We pass these over. Yeah, all right. Well, let's just print this out then. You know what I'll do? I'll do this. This is the faster way of doing things. So we'll take these strings and we'll just say logger.error and then those strings. And that way they'll print out on both ends here. Or at least they should have. They're not. Perfect. Let's try that now. So here's what we got. Logger is not defined. That's not the kind of issue that I expected to see. His hand holding my shoe. Go to bed, Walter. Player details is not specified. Huh. Why is that? Because it is specified here. Maybe this doesn't exist. This should have been fake data, but it should have at least existed. No, logger just didn't exist. That was fine. I didn't expect that to be there. And I'm okay with that. But here oh, it's an object. Oh, whoops. All right, I know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, that was stupid. Oh, man. All right, fine. Yeah, so then this should have been called serialized defense. And player details actually is a JSON object. So this is why writing out these is a good idea. And this is an object, and this returns a promise, and we're not going to do that. Okay, so this was all very silly of me. I don't know what I was thinking. So then this needs to be a string. This needs to be an object. And then we need to parse this. Get rid of that. Defense was not a JSON string. It's not even called defense anymore. It's serialized defense. And Reed, thanks for following. Yeah, this is a bad idea. Let's make this a constant. Let's make this say let defense equals null. Defense equals that. That's not a JSON string. Cool, cool, cool. We pass that in. All right, I think all this should be fine now. Let's try this now. I hope this works. Player ID cannot be undefined. Oh yeah, I'm not passing any of this in. Okay, cool. So this is working. Nice. All we need to do now is pass in the real data instead of a whole bunch of fake data. So that's done. Call the API with the user's details, cosmetics, scripts, inventory, ID name. Yeah, so all of those things are taken from here. So I need to get all of that information to the game server, which means pulling all of this from the database. ID, name, and the colors in the inventory. All of that comes from one place. And then blueprints come from another place. Programming, bro. I feel the need to link this in. Oh, I am a mockery of myself. Yeah, sure. You can ask any questions you want. This is JavaScript. More specifically, it's ES6. So we need to populate all the player details. So first, collect up the player details for this player. We need all of this. All right. Yeah, so the ID is easy enough, but we need to get this. So let's go fetch that from the database. We have a way of doing this. I just don't remember what it is. So get user, yeah, this one. And then we pass in which columns we want. So return this database wrapper get user, and the columns we want are, so first user ID, where's that? User ID, and the columns are name, primary color, and secondary color, and inventory. So columns to select. All right, cool. Then we get back the user details, which I guess we're calling player details now. Kind of strange. Oh, no, we can call user details there and player details over here. Cool. So player details equals object dot assign the user details to it. We also need the ID in there. So ID, user ID. All right, then we need all of their blueprints. So database wrapper probably has like get base for user, yeah. This database wrapper get base for user ID. Then botbay details. So we put all of these in. What does this even contain though? If I go back to the database and I say describe botbays, this has ID, hardware config. So we don't care about the hardware. We care about the cosmetics, the name, and the ID. So we care about this stuff minus this. So these are the things that we care about from here. All right, so now we go through each of these. For each bot bay details, this is like a DB bot bay. Yeah, read. Yeah, it's something followers can do. It's not like super obvious that it's not spam because you get a link from Botlad. There's a JSON 5. So player details dot blueprints dot push ID dbbotbay dot ID cosmetic head. Can you choose which? How does object.assign work? How is data type safety achieved in JavaScript if you type var like in the last example? So there's dynamic typing in JavaScript, so you don't actually get type safety the way you might expect. So if you say var number equals 5 and then var string equals 5, there's nothing stopping you from doing this. JavaScript considers this to be a valid if statement due to dynamic typing. It'll just return false. So yeah. And then you can later change it if you want to. You could say then, oh yeah, number does actually equal 5, and now this thing can be true later. And so that's dynamic typing for you. In a language like Java or C++ or C#, anything with static typing, you won't get something like this. Like, you won't even be able to do this, I'm saying. When you say var number equals 5, so in C#, this is syntactic sugar for int number equals 5. It's as though you typed int number. So what's happening is that C# is figuring out for you that var meant, oh, you should go infer what the type is of this variable. And since 5 happens to be an integer, it's like, okay, I'm going to assign int to this. When you say var number equals 5.0, it's probably saying, okay, I know that this is a double, so I'm going to assign this to be a double. In JavaScript, var is just the only way you can define a variable. And with ES6, you now get let and const, but they're basically shortcuts for var with different scoping rules. So I hope that makes sense. Have you ever tried getting a partnership with Twitch? I mean, viewers, that's pretty big. Yeah, so I tried, I think, twice in the past, and I don't think I'm going to try again now. I know, you don't have to have 10,000 followers or anything. There have been people who get partnered with like 1,500 followers. They have guidelines, but I think they are really just guidelines, not requirements. Hey, no problem. Yeah, there have definitely been people who are partners without having even 2,000 followers, I think. And like that's when I applied. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to apply again. So yeah, object.assign I was looking into to see if I can specify which properties to take out of this. Target and then source. Yeah, that's not exactly what I wanted, but whatever. We can just do things this way for right now. And Vixu, thanks for following. Cosmetic head. Why am I typing all this out? We can just do this. Oops. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. We only care about a few properties here. We don't pull hardware out of the database because the user may specify an override. Well, the user will specify. Will specify their own hardware string. Alright. Now, what's going wrong here? Duplicate declaration player details. Oh yeah, down here. All right, so once we have this formed, and we do now, for you, thank you for following too. Depends on which category you stream under and how often you stream and if your content fits into the terms of service. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, even then, you don't necessarily need any followers on Twitch in order to get partnership. There was what? There's the Hearthstone controversy around, I think it was what, Magic Amy, I think got Twitch partnership before she even had a Twitch stream set up. But that's because she had a large following outside of Twitch. Okay. So now we have all these details. Now we need to call into the server. So we do this. Return. I'll leave that how it was. So return validate defense, and then afterward we can call into this. All right, that should be all of the data we need. I hope this works. So we've got to reach out to the database twice. Once to figure out your details, once to figure out, well, that's both to figure out your details, I guess. And then we need to reach out to it again at the end of all of this to make sure that that's all still true. And we got to do that inside of a transaction. I think that's going to be a little more annoying to do, but that is necessary. So let's restart both of these things again. And all that should happen really is that this should validate the defense correctly. So let's try this out. Player does not own a blueprint with ID 2. Oh yeah, this is using real data now. So I've got to go figure out what blueprints I do own. So select ID from bot phase where user ID equals 1. So I just change this to 5 or to 14. Any of those should work. So let's go find that out. How do I... There's a... Oh, there we go. So I changed blueprint ID to... Where's blueprint ID? There, 2. So I just changed this to 5 and I should be fine. So let's hit cancel and then send. Hey, it worked. Okay, and now we're just not getting a response back. That's fine. I don't think I coded it to do that yet. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so rest.send 200. Otherwise, rest.send 500 error validating defense. I spoke to Cool Mom about this. She owns partnering for creative now. Bottom line is the poster requirements. Yeah, they're going to be rewritten. Yeah. Yeah, she messaged me about this too a while ago. Oh, interesting. Yeah, since she's in StarCraft 2, it might have been that she had a tournament presence or a U presence or something like that. Because otherwise I would find that unusual for playing a game that you have like 3 viewers and Twitch is giving you partnership. Alright, so I think this should now just send you a response. So let's take a look. Yeah, perfect. Alright, and if we change any of these to be invalid, so if we change tile X to be like -3, for example, then it... Oh, right, we're getting a response no matter what. I gotta change how this works. But the defense shouldn't have validated. Yeah, it didn't. Okay. Well, let's go into here. Yeah, no matter what, we send back the response object, and regardless of whether it's successful or not. Okay, so then what we need to do is go into cluster master, and where we get... Oh, ready for game. What am I doing? Here. Okay, we should get a response. Message. Yeah, there it is. We're sending back A-OK no matter what. So if message dot... What's it called? Success? Yeah, if message dot success, then rest.send 200. But yeah, thank you for reaching out to me, Nick. Can I ask, how do you get money? You work for some company or what? No, so I actually don't get money right now. I don't get money from anything. How are you affording to work on Botland is this stuff. Like, I had savings going into this. And thankfully my wife has a job. Although it is causing a little bit of stress because if she ever wanted to, let's say, do anything different, she can't right now. Thankfully, that's not really an issue right now, but I can't just stay a Twitch streamer forever. So rest.send 200. So here everything works. I don't know if there's anything else to send because we're just validating here. Otherwise, we'll say rest.send 500. And we should include some more details if we can. So here would be a reason why we can't validate it. But the client shouldn't necessarily be told about this. The account server should. So we can put that in the response object. Response object dot error message equals e.message. All right, so then we can include this here when we send this. Rest.send probably 400, and then maybe a, what kind of keyboard is that? Let's see if I can beat Ramy to typing this out. Oh, perfect. All right, yeah, Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard 4000. Okay, so if we get this, then we can take from the message the error message. Perfect. Then get rid of this. And the rest of this should be fine. If we, so there's no way. Yeah. Keyboard's over 3,000. All right, so the only thing left to do is propagate this to the account server and make sure it prints out. And one last part. Where is it? So error message. That's if it exists. So if util.exists message error message, then send that. Actually, we can just do this all in here. I'm going to do it this way. That way we can just pass in this. Otherwise, we're going to say no error message provided. It would be very strange if we ran into that as a situation. And now on the account server, what we can do is when we try calling into this, if we get an error validating the defense here. So if this in particular errors, so we can put all of this up here. So we want to log the full error message here, but we don't want to pass that on to clients. Okay, we got to be careful about this, and there's got to be a catch at the end of all of this anyway. And this is going to be annoying. So error validating defense, we print out the error, and then we just send a 400 bad request. Freeze turd, thanks for following. Okay. All right, rest.send 500 at this point. Okay, that sounds good. I know I'm missing something, but I can't think of what the something is. Oh yeah, thanks, Nick. I'd like to ask you if you had or have problems with eyes, is it possible to prevent it somehow? I think I think that yes, but I don't know what you can do exactly. I'm definitely not qualified to answer this. Like my answer would be get eye drops and try to get up from your computer every once in a while and blink more frequently. I don't know, but that's not like medical advice. Not sound medical advice at least. So got a response from validate defense. All right. So let's test this out. I know there's something I'm forgetting here. I'm not sure what it is. Let's find out what it is by just testing it. All right, and all right, good, cool. So we try this. Hit send. So error bad request. Yeah, we're still not getting information back the way I wanted to. I'm blinking twice as fast now. Are you conscious of your breathing and that you're generating saliva in your mouth? So it says tile is out of bounds. It should pass that over. It's not happening though. It says could not validate defense. Tile out of bounds. We save that as the error message. We pass that back with a response object. So now on the other side of this, what are we getting back? Could not validate defense is on the cluster. On here it says error validating bad request. I think I know why this is happening. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I've seen those Jupyter. I don't know if they're that helpful though. I haven't ever tried them. So what I've got to do is this error has more than just the error message there. It's got its own body. It's a response itself. And so what I need to do is figure out how to get access to that. And I have something here like throw response as error. Yeah, this stuff. And this is going to, where's the function for this? I have them. I think it kind of helps, but I don't know. Yeah, and I think the only way to know if it helps is to do a large enough study with a lot of people over a long enough amount of time. Yeah. And I don't know how long these things have been out for. And well, it's not like people have been sitting at computers for 8 hours a day for longer than, what, 20 years or so? So these glasses couldn't have been out for more than like 10 years. So here we get the response. And we check to see if there's a dot response in it. All right, so let's just print out all the keys in here. So we can just do underscore JSON dot, let's just do underscore dot keys error. There. The one's doing kind of the same thing as the app Flux. So I think, from my understanding of what these glasses do, is that they change your focal point so that you have to move a different distance from the screen in order to be able to focus your eyes. And again, I don't know for sure. Oh, this does have response. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. So then we can just check everything that that has. So keys error dot response. Oh, okay. Those are different glasses than what I'm thinking of then. Isn't your underscores dot keys a string? No, it's an array of strings. And either way, I'm just doing this quickly to examine something. I'm not going to keep this code there. I just want to see what this has in it. And it should have error dot response dot body. I'm not sure what I want from this. I think this is it. And then we should have the error message that says whatever this thing is telling me, which is tile out of bounds. That's what I'm trying to discover in here. No, it just says error bad request. So it's not the body of this. What else could it be then? It's one of these things. So body's out of the question. We have, it's not like this stuff. It could be text. It could be text. Let's try that. Oh, interesting. Huh. I didn't know that's what those glasses did. I have used Flux for a while on my computer. I'd like to be able to use it on my phone, but I don't think Windows Phone has a client for that. What in the world is this? Response.text is just the number 0 to 28? Okay, I don't know what this is. It's in here somewhere. In fact, it's probably just... I probably already figured this out before. Status, that's the HTTP status though. And then body.error and body.message. I think this has to do with sending this back, that I'm going to just lose this information. Then the body can't have anything in it. But why? Error message. Must not send this error message. Electric Tatsu. Thanks for following. Is your name at all related to Xenoblade? Alright, so what if I do this? Then this should appear in the body as error message. So let's put this back to what it was. Let's see if we get anything else out of this. Nick, do you wear glasses normally? Oh no, Street Fighter? Tatsu Street Fighter. Oh. That's what he's saying. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, Tatsu was kind of like the Jar Jar Binks of Xenoblade. He's mostly a comic relief character. This is still acting super weird. I don't know what's going on right now. I think I should just look at each one of these things. Or try to stringify the response if I can. Can I do that? As long as this isn't circular, we should be fine. Or did I change something over here without realizing it? I did. Oh, whoops. That's the problem. Ugh. What a silly mistake I made. Alright, now what do we have here? So here's all of this. I see that right there. There, text error, tile is out of bounds. Why is it not in the body? Text error, tile is out of bounds. So it's error.response.text. It doesn't sound to me at all like... Oh, I think I know what I did. Oh. Okay, this is an indication that I should be taking a break or something. I didn't tell you about the keyboard. I didn't know HD had an interesting keyboard. It was someone else who told us about it, and I just looked it up. There we go. Got it. Finally. Ugh, that took forever. So now we can just try this one more time. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, cool. So let's use this. So if this exists, then we're going to print out what that is. So error validating defense. And we could say error message equals error response.text. No error provided. All right, perfect. I think this should work. Let's try it out. Yeah, I bet filtering out a certain wavelength of light can't be that expensive for glasses. I think to get them to look fashionable afterward could be expensive, sure. Error validating defense, bad request, tile. Yes, I don't even care about that, do I? Oh, maybe I do. Tile is out of bounds, 3, 2. Okay, perfect. But then the client gets back just 400 bad requests. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. So then the only thing that's not taking place right now is the save part of this. I call this, I supply it with all the details. Cool. Then if defense is valid, kick off a transaction to make sure cosmetics and hardware are still valid. then persisted all to the database. Yeah, actually, we don't need to fetch this information again at the very least. I could just collect this up as needed. And I have their inventory. So as long as... How do we do this? Trying to use a blueprint. I don't know, Jupiter. That's pretty strange. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have this information. We'll know what cosmetic items you have, and we need to know what hardware you're trying to use. Some pro gamers have their signature Gunnar, stuff like that. Wow. Yeah, wow. So we check on the game server whether you have this stuff. Then we need to check this all again, though. Which means we need to be able to go through... Maybe the game server will just tell us what it is you need to check through. All the cosmetic items. I'm not sure how to make this any easier. First, figure out the set of items that you need to have. Then second is when saving to the database. Let's just do this one first. So figure out the set of items you need to have. This is something that the server could do, but probably shouldn't do, because the defense that the player gives us is going to be some format that might change in the future. I don't want to have to construct a class out of this. So the game server could tell us all of the hardware that's needed. Maybe it should pass us a serialized inventory of the hardware needed. Yeah, and the cosmetics needed. I think that's a good idea. Okay. So here we have message.success, send 200. We would say like required inventory would have to be in here too. This would just come from message.required inventory, which means in here we need to form this up. So response object dot required inventory equals required inventory, I guess. All right, and then this just needs to return the full inventory. So as we go through this, we got to collect this up. So when we go to create player, we're getting all of the different cosmetic items that you need to own that were actually used. And for that number of bots too. Okay, this may not be too bad. It's unique bots though that need to have this. So it is based on blueprints. The blueprints that are actually used. But how does this get saved though? It's just a blueprint ID. We need to inject that in. Yeah, that's the part I forgot. Okay, hang on a second. I wrote something about cosmetic items here. When a player sells a cosmetic item, plug in data about, yeah, this. Drat. Oh, man. Oh, this is what I should have done. Oh, man. Yeah, this isn't turning out to be easy. I guess I didn't totally expect it to be, but I'm running into some problems I wasn't thinking about at the time. I wrote this down here. These are the things I should have thought about. JBT, thanks for following. I used to work in a grocery store, and EBT is, what does it stand for actually? It was the, that's what food stamps are. Oh, electronic benefits transfer. So yeah, whenever I see EBT, that's all I think of. Although I bet your name is more JebT than it is JEBT. Still interesting. So plugin data about cosmetics. Yeah. And Zeruto, that's weird. I could have sworn you were already following. You've been here for a couple hours. Maybe you just weren't following. Well, thank you too. Huh. So plugin data about cosmetics. This is, I think it's just a bad idea. When you fetch a defense for a player, you could just correlate the two. Okay, so if I don't do this, then when you fetch a defense for a player, we need to make sure you still have those cosmetic items. If I do this, then when you sell a cosmetic item, we need to go through your defense and make sure we remove this. Yeah, wow. Well, this is a bad idea. No, so Hayfield, if you unfollow and follow, it might show a notification on stream, but it shouldn't give you more control over the lights. I think the better way to do this is here. We just save this in the database. So this is the idea. I think we have some like users table in the database. So database layout. We have something like users, and then in here we have records for a whole bunch of people. And I think what we're going to say is, so there's going to be a defense column, and we're going to say something like, okay, the bots that you have are, there's one at like X0, Y2 with blueprint ID 4 and code, move right. And then there's going to be another one somewhere else in blueprint ID 5. So what I was debating on doing is I could save what this correlates to directly in the database. So instead of saying blueprint ID, I could say everything that makes up the blueprint there. There's a problem with that though, which is that then every time we get your defense, we need to know, or sorry, no, that's not the problem. Then every time we update something that this correlates to, we need to update it here too, and we need to know that we're doing that. And that's not something we should do. I think instead we should, like, oh man, let me think about this. This is the stuff I'm trying to save off. Yeah, so we have the blueprint ID. I guess the hardware is an override, so we don't pull that from there anymore. To the point where blueprints are just there for the sake of saving them for you. That's fine, because I think yeah, that's fine. But actually by doing this too, you'll change the layout. Oh man, there's a lot of weird stuff here. I should have thought about this more. So if I don't do this, then when you fetch a defense, we need to make sure you still have those cosmetic items. This also means that your defender bots will be, their cosmetics will be affected by changes to your blueprints, even if you're just doing it for the sake of your attacker bots. Is there any, I don't even know if this is a problem. This is basically like you load up the game and you are customizing your bots on this screen to use some cosmetic parts, right? So you load up this thing and you're like, all right, I want, oh, I don't have the new stuff over here. Hang on a second. Let me buy some of these. Okay, so when you're customizing a bot and you pick a whole bunch of stuff for this, so we go with like that and that and that. You're like, okay, cool, here's my bot. You're actually changing your defense bots too, even though you probably don't expect that to happen. Yeah. All right, I think I need to make a design decision here because I can't code something unless I figured out what it is I'm trying to code. So, all right. When you place your defense bots, I think we need to make sure that you're only using the cosmetic items that you have access to and that you have the right amount for. For example, if you try putting down 3 wasp bots, then that means you need 3 full sets of wasp cosmetics. However, that shouldn't preclude you from using 3 different wasp bots, I guess. Well, individual bots? Darn, I don't remember what I was doing here. If you can... Yeah, I know what I wanted to accomplish. What I originally wanted was for each individual bot to need a set of cosmetic items. I don't think this is going to be possible if you can change the hardware. I'll need to think about this more. Doesn't make sense. And Xenopole, thanks for following. Thank you all who have been following today. And just everyone who's viewing too. So yeah, what I was thinking about originally was that when you go to play a game and you're placing a defense here, like this would be fine that you have all of these bots looking the same. But as soon as you try to put down, let's say, this bot, this looks the same, but it's actually different. For you to do that, you need another set of these cosmetic pieces. I think that's what I wanted to happen. For each individual blueprint to need a set of cosmetic items. This meant that you could place however many of a particular bot. So you could have, so you could have 10 wasp bots if their hardware was all the same. As soon as you tried placing something with different hardware, you need an extra set of cosmetics. When you randomize a bot, how do you make sure the head fits on the body? So that's due to the art constraints that we have. When the artists go to make art, they have a certain connection point for the neck, and then there's a certain connection point for each torso too. So however we combine these, it looks like the head is always in the right location. Like this has a connection point here as opposed to, let's say, just some always on the center, for example. So each torso knows where the head should connect, and that's defined up here. You can see this. There's just a position, and it also knows where the feet should connect. So if I were to just slide this over, it would look like it's connecting to a different part of the... Sorry, I'm also zooming out at the same time. It would look like it's connecting to a different part on this body. So now anytime I randomize different feet here, it's going to look off because it's connecting to the wrong spot now. And I could make this look even farther off if I shifted this farther over, for example. And now, yeah, different leg pieces are going to be like, well, that kind of works, I guess. But then some of these are like, well, no, that's not balanced. And that's not balanced. And that's kind of strange. And so, yeah, we just have connection info for all these things. Still super doofy. I do like these. I think there are some combos that are kind of weird, but then like players would just they'd either use them because they'd want them to be weird or they wouldn't use them because they're weird. And either one of those are fine. And Tanyabio, thanks for following. But I bet it's Tony. Tony. I don't know what the rest of it would be, though. Alright. I think we're coming up on break time. I think I should just finish designing this first. So this meant you could place however many of a particular bot, but as soon as you tried placing something with different hardware, you need an extra set of cosmetics. Excuse me. So this is definitely doable. We can accomplish this. But then the question is, what happens when you change a bot after that? Maybe as long as your defense is set up, you're able to be able to make use of cosmetic items that you don't own. Thanks, EJ. Also, one of the other things I'm not sure if I accommodated here was, what do we do about you importing your own defense to try to edit it? So players need to be able to edit their own defenses. This means they'll take their saved defense and change parameters of it. Which means what exactly? It means that this is going to be really hard to do, because this won't necessarily correspond to blueprints anymore. This may be tough given that the scripts won't necessarily correspond to blueprints any longer. Jessica Mack. Thanks for the host. Oh man, I was just about to take a lunch break. I haven't actually seen your stream. I'll have to check it out. Let me follow you now so I don't forget. The host UI just keeps popping up over what I was doing. Alright, yeah, so I'll say check out stream. Oh yeah, hey, and Jessica's viewers too. With a raid message. I still, at some point, need to instill the raid message mentality into my viewers sometime. But yeah, thanks for the host. I'll show you guys what I'm working on. Although I think this... I saw your video of your game. It sounded really cool. Oh, cool. Yeah. So yeah, this video talks about it the most, but it's not up to date anymore. So the game has changed quite a bit. I'll give kind of a demo on this, even though it's not really working right now. So yeah, anyone who's new to the stream, this will kind of tell you what the game's about. So this is Botland. It's a game. It's an automated strategy game. So you build up bots using different hardware pieces here. So I've got artillery, I've got melee, and I've got reflect, let's say. So here's my bot. It's got close range stuff, it's got long range stuff, and it's got some support stuff, sort of. Oh yeah, see you, Jessica. And then you can write a script for your bot if you want. So like I said, I had artillery on my bot. I could say, all right, fire artillery, then try using melee, then pursue enemy bots, and you just keep building up a script if you want. You could stop sort of like here, for example. I could say these bots are stationary unless they see an enemy, in which case they'll reflect and then they'll try to pursue that enemy. If you don't want to write scripts, you don't have to. You can always use pre-made scripts that are there. There's a function here just called figure it out for me. If you just have this in your script, that's it. It'll be totally fine. If you don't have a script at all, it'll be fine. And if you want to write more than just scripts, you can also write it as JavaScript. Once you're done with all of that, you make your bot, and then you build up a defense for yourself, and you'll also attack other players' defenses. So it's indirect PvP in that sense. This is sort of like Clash of Clans or King of Thieves if you played those games, where this person has a defense, but they're not actually there during the game. So I might take, let's say, an hour trying to play. And it's not that I'm frustrating someone else on some other side of the world. They're just not even there. So they don't know that I took an hour. And I can look through their bots and see what they have. And so I can take that information and then try to come up with the best counters to that. So I can put down my bots, for example. And then you kind of hit play, and here's where things just totally break down. I haven't made it simulate at a normal human speed, so it's very hard to tell what's going on. And yeah, that script interface is called Blockly. It's actually open source. So if you want to use this in your game or in any sort of web tool you have, just look up Blockly and you can just drop it into your project. It took me about a day or two to incorporate the basics of it, and then yeah, I had to flesh things out to get to work for this exactly. But that way, if you don't know how to code, you can still read this and be like, well, maybe let's take this for example. You could read this if you don't know how to code and be like, wait a second, I'm using melee instead of lasers first. You can just rearrange this yourself. You don't have to write any code, just drop it in and there, you're done. So now you'll use lasers before you try to use melee. And so that level of strategy stuff is things I expect out of gamers to already know of like, oh, I should prioritize using a fireball here instead of an ice bolt or something in an RPG. And so in here, it's kind of the same thing of like, okay, I know what melee does. I kind of know when I want to use it. But even with that, I don't expect this to turn into a coding game. I think if you want to dive into scripts, feel free. That's totally fine. And if you don't want to, there should still be a lot of gameplay for you. And yeah, Austin, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the best game design for Botland. I've been sort of in just this chaotic mode for the last 2 months or so where I've been revisiting the game design. And man, this is the only thing I kept coming up with is like it has to be asynchronous. It can't be both players playing in real time. Finally opened Atom ID. And Razlix, thanks for following. Your name reminds me of I have a friend. I always forget what his name is exactly on here. Yeah, Raziel X. Your name is very similar to that. Raziel X. And thanks, Escape. IDE. Well, it's not so integrated, but the DE part is definitely true. Anyway, so as of last week, this game was playable, and I could put it online, and you guys could try it out. And I guess I kind of could do that now too. But now I'm working on turning the game design into code, and that's where I don't know. The game's not going to be playable for like at least probably 2-3 weeks. Is it a room lighting coincidence, or is there a light rope around your shoulders? No, there's a light rope around my shoulders. So Austin, when people follow, you get a whisper from a bot, and then you can control these lights. And actually, there are also lights over here you can control, but they're kind of off the screen. So someone will probably do it pretty soon. The last person to do it. Oh, here are the people who got tokens last. Jessica's not here right now, but Tony might be. Okay. So, man. I'll write this down. Okay. So what I was trying to figure out was one of the things that's kind of a problem for the game's monetization is that there's not a whole lot of items in the game. And if there's not a money sink, then that means that players are accumulating stuff but never spending anything. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was each of these bots that you have configured here, I wanted it to require that you have a certain number of cosmetic items for that. So like here, for example, I have one wasp head. That means that I should only ever have one bot over here that can use that headpiece. So if I were to do this, for example, and put this on here, like cool. But that's the only bot I can have that uses that piece because I only have one of these. So I'm trying to think of like how would I accomplish this? And yeah, I'll have to see because I don't know. I don't know how you'll do this. Maybe as long as your defense is set up, you're able to make use of cosmetic items that you don't own. It wouldn't be something that players could really exploit because they, yeah, due to the amount of money involved and also that they'd want to change their defenses after some time. Was that you, Digite? Yeah. Yep. Digite basically set up a spam bot to just change my light color. Hey, Digite, you should probably tone down the rate at which it sends messages still. Because, like, it's working and looks super cool, but it also seems to drop some requests. Yeah, so what this would mean is, hey Realityo, how's your stream been coming? And Stats Wrath, thanks for following. So on save, just make sure that you have the items needed. On load, if you don't have the items you need, then block out those cosmetics. You should still have the hardware. Hey, welcome. I use Screen, Frankie. And hey, Unknown Evil. Unknown Evil, I don't think I've seen you since you sent me your Ludum Dare game. So I have this written down for like the last week, but I wrote good job. I stopped at wave 17. I didn't know how much longer the game carried on for, but I couldn't get archers anymore. Integrated Warcraft 2 sounds of pretty much every action now. Nice. So if you don't have the items you need, block out those cosmetics. You should still have the hardware. Then when you go to save, it will just disallow you until you fix the cosmetics problem. I wonder if we should stop you from getting more. No, that'd be a bad idea. Just make sure that you have the items needed. Save. Yeah, what do we save to the database though? Do we save a reference to the blueprint, which may be deleted at any time in the future? I think that because it could be deleted, we can't possibly save it. We have to save the individual. Not sure if you heard. I said that I tried your Ludum Dare game. Stopped at wave 17. The light control is something of a power trip. I do look like a doofus wearing lights on my neck, though. Wait, there was some random quote about this, right? What was it? 41? Yeah. There it is. Oh, man. Oh, cool. Okay, good. Unknown Evil. We can't possibly save just that, I guess. We had to save the individual pieces and maybe also a reference to the original blueprint. But then on load, you might not have... Yeah, if you don't have the items you need, you just block those out, I guess. I think this is the only thing we can do. I think this is how it has to work. We can't save blueprint IDs. They can't be used. Right? Why do we even do this? We could have the client just tell us the cosmetics too. I don't think that's a problem. Because if you don't have them, we're going to know that you don't have them. Okay, cool, Digite. Yeah, there are only something like 50 quotes. But I like all the quotes from people who aren't me. I only like some of my quotes. All right. Yeah, I think we have to save all the individual items. We have to save all the individual items. And so if you don't have the items you need, block out those cosmetics. And then because the blueprints probably won't exist any longer, we can't really require you to use blueprints. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Yeah, VRTXT, if you want, I can put all the quotes into a text file and just upload it. That way you don't have to spam them all. Because, yeah, a lot of people ask about this. Like, hey, what are all the quotes? So I don't need to look through them. So let's go check out quotes. Where are they? Wait, what? No, I must have scrolled past it. Anyway, I'm not going to format these. So I'm just going to paste them like this. So it's not going to be very readable. But there you go. A lot of viewers on right now. Yeah, I'm being hosted by like 4 people, I think. Although, granted, 2 of those people hosted me with no viewers. So it's mostly Nick and Jessica. And I am, like, very much running low on food right now. I need to go eat lunch very soon. Oh, man. I gotta think of, like, I think this is a design problem more than it is a code problem. At all when making a defense. They're just a tool to help. The problem is that editing the defense becomes much harder without blueprints. Like, how would we show you this? How would this even work? Social eating? No, I don't think so. No food for you. I've got shackles around my wrists right now. They can only reach the keyboard. So, a design way that we could get around this is by having special blueprints just for your defense. That way, you're not trying to change them unless you're editing your defense. The hard part becomes using attack blueprints for defense, or vice versa. Hey again, G-Star Gaming. What Adam skin is this? This is... Oh, you didn't have the Kappa. I'm actually unfamiliar with the hosting feature on Twitch. Is the common expectation that people will jump from the hoster to the hosted channel? So the hosting feature, I think, was made because imagine if I had 10,000 viewers and all of a sudden I'm like, hey guys, check out this streamer over here. And I load up some new tab and I'm like, yeah, cool, this is Adam13531. Like, now instead of 10,000 people watching that person and potentially giving them ad revenue and follows and whatever else, you're watching someone via proxy. And that person's not getting any of the credit for it, essentially. So now me, I might be looking at like, oh, there's one person in my chat. Cool, like I got a new viewer, but it's really 10,000 people watching. So hosting was a way for you to redirect them so that there isn't that proxy anymore. So you're watching me and I go host someone else. Now you're watching that someone else. So yeah, chat rooms are still separate, but most, like the main Twitch client will just force you to be watching that new screen now. The new stream, excuse me. And Pachero and VRTXT, thanks for following. Thank you. I don't have a lot of enthusiasm right now because I'm running out of energy. It's not because I'm not actually enthusiastic. Normally I would have gotten lunch 2 hours ago, but then people started hosting me and I feel the need to stay. But my productivity has died down to next to nothing. But part of that's design problems. So yeah, if we had blueprints just for defense, then you wouldn't be able to change them unless... Well, we're kind of making blueprints just for defense here. We're sort of accomplishing having blueprints just for defense if we're saving the details of them in your defense. And Damazon and ProPuke, thank you too. Saving just the details of them in your defense. Rubber duck designing, what's the fundamental problem you're trying to solve? So Austin, you strike me from what you said earlier as having some game design experience. Is that true? Also, are you looking for a job? And sure, Digite, I didn't actually know you had a bot in here. But what's the fundamental problem I'm trying to solve is that you've got a different objective when you're attacking from what you have when you're defending. When you're defending, and this isn't showing up right now, but there should be some building right here that you're trying to defend. So when you're defending, you probably don't want a lot of movement in your bots. And you probably also don't want things like landmines when you're attacking, because if the defenders aren't moving much, then they're probably not stepping on your landmines or something like that. So the problem I'm trying to solve is like, hey, you've got all these blueprints on the sidebar right now. Maybe what you should have instead is when you're attacking, just your set of attack blueprints. And when you're defending, just your set of defense blueprints. The problem with that is that you might have come up with some hardware configuration that you really like that you want for defense that exists on one of your attack bots. And same thing, you might have come up with some script that you really like that you're using on an attack bot that you want on a defense bot. A career break at the moment, I see. Decommissioned Digibot. And Unknown Evil, I don't understand what you mean by that. Make a website with HTML and a pseudo browser? Yeah, I'm not sure. You mean like a UI? A GUI creator or something? So I think what makes the most sense from a player perspective is having attack bots and having defense bots. I think that's what I'm coming to the conclusion of now. I think that having separate bots from attacking as you do for defending makes the most sense. An HTML browser inside of a pseudo browser. So that reminds me of just an iframe where you can load up any website inside of any other website. I mean, more or less, there are some restrictions around that. I natively just started being able to copy paste between the palettes. Might be nice to create hard links. I suspect players will often want to fork their designs to tackle the different situations. Yeah, and I guess there's kind of a problem in that you can't copy Blockly right now. So I could do that. I could just put in like a copy button down here and then a paste button over here. I guess that would work. But until then, you'd have to copy paste JavaScript. And of course, hardware loadouts as well. Yeah, but I think that's the best way to do this, which means I've got to like rethink some other parts of the design. But yeah, thanks for the feedback, Austin. There should be some way to copy between them, even if it's just like copy / paste buttons for Blockly or hardware configurations. This is gonna involve a big redesign. Because what was I running into on the server here? I was like, oh, I should inject in the cosmetic items and everything else. I think this is gonna all change. Okay, Unknown Evil. Yeah. I mean, that would work. But I'd ask, what is the point of that project? I look for being able to copy the entire bot design. Yeah, you would probably want that in addition. I don't know if you'd want, maybe you'd want the granularity and maybe not. But yeah, I'll write that down at the very least. So there should be some way to copy between them, or an overall copy entire blueprint. Okay. So I can't totally finish up what I was doing. So part of what's going to happen is this. Tonight, Jason asked me to... Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to change this. All right, hang on. Let me write this down. Upload the news cosmetics tool and then put all of the Botland servers online. So Jason, the UI designer, asked me to put the servers online so he could try things out. I'm going to ask him what he thinks about this idea. Tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming Terraria, not Botland, because tomorrow's the 1 year anniversary. Yeah. And then Friday, I'll get back to Botland. So if he agrees that this is something worth pursuing, then yeah, I can do that. But there's 3 hours left today. I need to figure out what to do there. I'm definitely getting food. Like, I'm done with streaming right now. I'm going to go get food for a bit. I'll put up my lunch screen. I put it up for 45 minutes, but I'm usually back before then. I just got to go figure out what's for lunch and what's going on. I think it would be very custom and less resource intensive. Well, okay, yeah, I should talk to you more about this in a bit. But yeah, so upload the new cosmetics tool. So this is what I'll do when I get back. So where I left off, I got to do these things. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, figure out what blueprints are going to look like in the database along with defenses. I probably want players to have different sets based on whether they're attacking or defending. So let's do that. Yeah, I know. Gauntlet. He says 1 year when Twitch says 367 days. So I don't know. Twitch says that long. I probably made my account before 1 year ago, but I started streaming a year ago. Archer shot the food. Could you do that in Gauntlet Legends? Gauntlet Legends was the one I played the most. Anyway, okay, so great. I'm going to get going for lunch. And like I said, when I get back, we will dive into some of these other issues. And I'll put the old version of the game online so you guys can try it out if you want. So let's just type lunch into here. That will give us the list of people to put on the lunch screen. So if you want your name on here, thanks for the support, you can just type lunch BRB. All right, thank you all for watching so far. I will be back after lunch. Like I said, I won't probably take the whole 45 minutes, but I put the time up for that long anyway. That way I don't overestimate, or underestimate, I mean. All right, see ya. I'm back. So it's gone for what, 24 minutes? But I ate lunch. Now I've got energy. What did I miss in chat? I can play your game in my browser. Sorry, I'm just reading through chat really fast. Actually, there are no whispers. I could just read this on screen. Let me just move it over here. In Wait 3S, W83S. Thanks for following. I wish I was a dank meme like you guys. Yeah, I really like Wolfram Alpha. I know Austin's not here anymore, but if he ever watches this VOD, thank you. Hey, Capillara. And yeah, good lunch. It's almost always a good lunch. The only times it's not a good lunch is when I take a break thinking that there's food and there isn't food. That's not a good lunch. All other times it's pretty much fine because I got food and like that's what I desperately need when I'm finally taking my break. All right, so yeah, we're gonna upload the new cosmetics tool. We're going to put all the servers online. So let's go to deploy.cmd. This has the cosmetics combiner here. I think, actually, you know what? If I can just, let's do this. Wait, can we do this? Yeah, we can do this. And hey, Unknown Evil. So we'll build this. All this will do is let us know whether this thing broke or not. It shouldn't have broken. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty well. I think, whoa, what's going on here? This is wrong. What happened? Yeah, what? This is definitely not correct. Anyway, I don't have the game working. Oh, fail load resource spawner.png. It shouldn't even be trying to find this. Okay, well, yeah, I broke the game. I need to finish designing parts of the making a defense and coming up with the blueprints and everything else. I got most of an API written today. It's kind of weird when you can measure most of your work as like, yeah, there's one new function or feature in the game. But that happens sometimes, and I feel like that's what's happening today. So spawner.png exists there. Does this not exist here? So what, if I refresh the page, now what? Doesn't fix this problem. I don't know what's going on that the Arena X is... Oh, this is not even being used. Well, that's bizarre. What? What is going on right now? Alright, let's load this in an incognito tab. This was working this morning, and I didn't change it. Oh, now it's working again. Okay. Oh, no, now it broke. Okay, so then it looked like there's... What is this, based on the torso? What is going on right now? Something really weird is happening. Something really weird is happening. fine. Let's take a look through all this. Something, it can't be the account server stuff. It has to be something in here, or, no, all that stuff looks fine though. Strange. How did this break then? Because it's just rendering at the wrong coordinates. It's not even like it's totally broken. It's just, this should be inside of this box and it's not. And I didn't do anything recently to change this. It's not respecting the arena coordinates here. Like changing this does nothing. Oh, no, that's not why. Okay. Yeah, that works. And probably changing this works. Yeah. But changing these arena coordinates doesn't. So let's go to Sprite Sheet Dictionary. It's coming from here somewhere. That we have, where is it? Arena X and Arena Y. Maybe it's just got the wrong data. You know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's that. No, that's not it. Unless I should refresh the page and then it's it. No. Something's wrong. Yeah, something's wrong. I probably just need to rebuild this. I don't know how this happened though. Tool. Oh, wait a second. Did it recently download any new images? Downloaded 0, downloaded 0. 0, 0. We should see a whole bunch of zeros here. Alright, well, I am certainly confused about this. And like every once in a while, this does work. Where is it? Okay, no, there's no example of this working. So it's not every once in a while. What is it doing though? It looks like it's positioning it always the same. So the head coordinate is at the upper left. Yeah, that is what it's doing. But it should be based on the foot. And I didn't do anything here. A, Y, A, X. These should all be defined. Yeah. Oh, this is very strange. Okay, I didn't change any code in here, did I? Did I just forget about changing code? Added sprites. Yeah, that part's fine. I don't know. Could it be, is this trying to contact the account server at all? No, it doesn't contact anything. Alright, you know what? I should just redo this whole process. Let's just go to, where is this? Our prototype. So modify cosmetics data, I already did that. Then modify this, then run sprite sheet packer. I mean, all of this stuff is done. This isn't going to do anything new for me. And then clear the cache. Let's just try that, I guess. So if we just wipe out this entire folder. Does that do anything for me? Then it downloads every single image again. I don't think this is going to do anything for me. There, success. Okay. Yeah, it's still broken. Very interesting. Because I didn't change any code. I didn't change any images. And everything's working in the game, right? So if I log in and I try to customize a bot. So this is doing this based on the head position. This is very unusual. Yeah, I just don't know what would have changed here. Let's see if there's something else that I need. So I have a set of data here, which should be in the client, I believe. I don't know where I put it though. This would tell me though. output.json, put all of these into the client folder, and I guess images, sprite sheets. Yeah. Client slash public slash images. They should all be in the correct folder. I mean, none of these seem to have... No, that data all looks right. Let me try something else. Chrome app cache internals. If I remove this, then refresh the page. No, that was for the wrong thing though. No, that doesn't exist. Weird. Okay, I'm just gonna do this from scratch then, and we're gonna see if I somehow broke something. So fine, I'm gonna run this. CD into that directory. Node, run this. This should generate exactly the same things I already have though. So it's working on that right now. Then it just says to copy it into the client folder. So here's what we'll do. We'll wait for this to finish. We'll take a look at the output from the tool and then the output from the last time it ran, and we'll see if it's any different. If it is different, then cool, something changed. But if nothing's different, then I don't know what could possibly be going wrong here. So botland, tools, cosmetics, oh, it's not there. It's here, images, output. So are these two files any different? So there's one. Let's put that all the way at the end. And then here is the other. And now we'll just diff with tab, the last tab. No difference. Okay, so those are exactly the same. Let's just briefly look at the sprite sheets. They should be exactly the same. I mean, yeah, they look exactly the same to me. Look like it packed them in the same order. Same sprites in each sheet, same positions. Okay, so that would all be fine. Delete all the downloaded images. I just did that. Modify item data. Yeah, everything's the same. Okay, well, let's debug. Because what we can clearly see is that it's just not using the Arena X and Arena Y here. And I don't see any errors in the console. Very strange. So let's go take a look at where it should be using that. So we just go to cosmetics main and we look at like Arena X. What did I call this? Views, index.shade, arena-x-input. So let's just find where we use this. Can't be that hard to find. There it is. So that's there. Then we put this here and we just say debugger here. Cool. So it rebuilt it and it should be rehosting it. And now I refresh the page and it breaks in. Great. So what is going wrong here? 97, 0. So if I hit go. Alright, so any change I make to this, what function is it as a change? Changed cosmetic loadout. So if I hit randomize here, it should break in. Perfect. And it should have the correct values here. 31, 8. Okay, perfect. So leg sprite data. And then from this, we somehow form this right here. So let's go into here. Does this have the wrong data for this or something? Like, what's going on? So we try using Arena X from leg sprite data. There it is. 31. Okay. So what if I change that? This should be the number 31. If I change this to like 56. Is that 56 over here? Yes. That's unusual. So that's all correct. Leg X equals 56. Then we base everything off of that. Oh wait, I'm actually basing it on that. Below that, we'll come up with offsets so that the sprites can be rendered based on the headpiece. So head X and head Y is always 0. Oh, I know what's wrong. It's actually nothing that's wrong. This is what I intended to happen. But I didn't realize that the cosmetics combiner would be broken. What's the dollar signs on the variable names? To quickly identify a group of variables related to the same matter or something? No, so the dollar sign in variable names that I'll use every once in a while is that is a jQuery selected thing. So it's not necessarily a DOM element. Okay, so I think the issue is coming from here. I just don't know exactly what I need to do about it to fix it. So if I were to just not... Oh no, I could just use the offsets. Never mind. That should be the problem. Or that should be the solution. That should be whatever it is that I want it to be. Composed. Yeah, I have jQuery in this part of the UI. This isn't correct. Are there two mains for this? There are. Aha. Okay, so composed bot equals this. And then we position it based on its offset X, offset Y. Yeah, no, this should have been correct, actually. Weird. So is this just not set? 0, 100. I'm guessing that's like 100 pixels right there. Would you call a class for each new user if the class generated users? Or call it once and then a create function within the user class? So call a class, I think you mean construct a class. And if so, yes, I would construct a new user for every user you have. It'll do a lot of nice things for you. Yeah, what Hideo said. There's a new user. Hang on. Okay, so let's change offset X and offset Y. Let's just put in offset Y times equal to. I don't think that's actually doing anything. No. Also, changing this is doing nothing. I guess because the offsets aren't changing. They should be. And that's part of the issue. Part of what I don't understand here, at least. So let's break into this again. If... Where's the offset saved? Head X and head Y. So if we put a breakpoint right there, and we get rid of the one that I just had. Well, I guess we put it here. Okay. So it's going to be 165, 108. So when we get out of this function, that's what these should be set to? Oh, that's totally wrong. Yeah, so then I think I understand what's going on here. So there's an all container that we had. Right there. And then we have offset X and offset Y. What if we added those numbers? Yeah, I don't think I changed anything, Fields, because I would see it in my Git history. I'm gonna try this though. Composed bot dot offset X, composed bot. Now I'm gonna need to add these. So this is gonna be the wrong coordinates, but they should at least start changing now. So let's make sure that that's what's happening. So if I change these, yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, so I just need to add in, I think 100 and I'm fine. So offset X plus offset X, and then offset Y plus offset Y. All right, I think that's mostly it, if not completely it. Yeah, now everything's working. So here's what happened that was never happening before. I changed some code. I checked it in. I thought I was testing it, but I never rebuilt this tool. So it was using old code that happened to work, and then I just rebuilt the tool like 5 minutes ago and that broke it. But the order of that doesn't make sense to me because I thought I did things in a different order. So now some of these positions I think are slightly wrong. Like this, the wheels aren't actually touching the bottom of the arena. And what does it look like in the game? Are these fine in the game? If I use those same wheels, are they just hovering above the tile? They should be. No. Are they? I don't know. Where's this tile end? Let's just put it at the bottom of the arena. That way we can tell for sure. Yeah, they are hovering above the bottom. Right? This is probably not what you expect. There's some padding there. I don't actually know if you would expect that or not, but that's the same padding that we see here, right? So if we change to the octopus foot part, where is that? There. Yeah, there's some amount of padding there. Yeah, so I think all we need to do is just increase this a little bit, or decrease it, I guess, so that it's 0. Yeah, that should work. Strange, is it not? I think that's strange. Right, because I use different foot parts here. Yeah, it's eventually going to be hovering over again. Because I guess this should be a position of 0 as well. That's fine. That should probably be 0. Yeah, just all these should be set to 0, other than probably even this too, right? Yeah, I think the solution is just set all of these to 0. Yeah, that looks much better. Right, all these bots look fine now. I think they do. Yeah, okay. So that's what we need to do then. I need to go into cosmetics data.json. I need to set every AY to 0. They're currently set to like weird values here. What is it? One of them is 4, one of them is 8. Yeah, I'll just set all these to 0. There. Okay, so with any luck, I will have just fixed this. Let's go try this out now. So I've got to rewrite this. And then I'll get the output here. Cool. And then I'll just copy paste this over to here. And all this should have done is changed a whole bunch of y coordinates down to 0, right? So yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good, 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 good. Yeah, all of them look fine. Okay, so now when we load up the client, we shouldn't see this anymore. So we can see that these wheels are hovering slightly over the bottom. They should be now justified to the bottom. Let's see if that's the case. It's really hard to tell without me zooming in. Also, I didn't mean to zoom in that way. I meant to zoom in the game. I gotta clear cache for that to work. There. Cache has been cleared. We can refresh the page. And I hope this works now. I don't think it will, because it looked like it was broken on the other page too. Oh no, that's correct, right? Yeah. So now the wheels are touching the bottom of the arena. I think that's fine. I think that's what we want. Like all of these bots should look like they're touching the bottom of the tile that they're on. Yeah. Yeah, right? I think this looks pretty good. Yeah. And same thing with the detailed art. This should be... No, that was wrong, right? That was wrong. Yeah, now they're all correct. Except for that. What's this doing? 16. Where did the 16 come from? This thing's defying me at every turn. Okay, let's take a look. Maybe there's one more output.json that I just ignored somehow. No. Not there, at least. There are sprite sheets in here, too. Is this what's causing this problem? No idea. That clearly didn't work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just broke everything. Alright, let's just rerun stuff. Why would it really matter? Originally I was trying to solve the problem of they were like very obviously wrong. Now I'm trying to solve the problem of I think they were just a little bit wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just did something stupid here. So this fix this? Who cares if they 100% touch the bottom? Yeah, that part doesn't matter so much, but for them to just be randomly hovering a little bit, like 1 or 2 pixels, I think is fine. But this is like 6 pixels off the bottom. That's kind of strange. So I do want to fix that, and I think it's easily fixable. I just am not totally sure where I left off in this process. So let's just delete everything in here, and then restart the cosmetics combiner. So it's going to download everything. It should repackage everything, and then put everything back to where it was. I hope. Is this not even like... Interesting. So what, now we're good? Oh, look at that. We're good. Huh. I fixed everything somehow. Well, cool. I don't really know what went wrong in all of that. Hey, Goggles. I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, okay. Well, we got our bots back. Some of these bots just look very funny to me. Where was it? Let me find this one. Hang on. It was this with this with... Man, never click the random button a million times. Yeah, this. I like this bot. I want to swap these colors. There. Okay, yeah, so we need to upload this tool, and then we need to upload all of the botland stuff. So when I go to deploy, we only want this code to work. So let's do this. Let's just get rid of all of the stuff that's not that code, and then run this over here. That did not work. That definitely didn't work. Okay, cut this out. What happened? cd root dir. Oh, this is different from... Okay, let's just do this then. Desktop del run me.cmd. Did that not work? Oh, I need a gulp file. Oh my god. What's going on? cd root dir. Am I not changing the right thing? Yeah, T-Blot, that took a lot of conscious effort on the part of the people designing this system. I had nothing to do with that, by the way. If you ask me to make art, I will happily ruin whatever canvas you give me. But if you ask me to make good art, I will be at a loss. Alright, I'm trying to cut corners here. I just shouldn't. Let's just do things this way. And then exit. Or no, just go to EOF. So now if I run deploy or deplopy, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, so let's go start up my Linux machine as well. And let's start up a bunch of machines on the cloud. Create all. There we go. Now we can exit this. Now I gotta write myself a note to turn off. Oh yeah, I'll do this tomorrow actually. So Terraria day, turn off all AWS instances from yesterday. So upload the new cosmetics tool. This has been deployed. Now what? I didn't write down any information on how to do the rest of this, did I? Cosmetics tool. Where's what? Yeah, here we go. So modify the combiner in prodhost.ini. Just ping art.bot.land. Okay, art.bot.land. Okay, so we have the IP address of that machine. Now run all of this stuff. So let's go log into the Linux machine. And we'll say clear IPs. And then Ansible. Vim prod host. So we modify what exactly? Cosmetics tool. Here it is. So we put in the IP address, then we run this command. Okay, so here's how we'll know whether or not this works. So if I go to art.bot.land right now, and by the way, if you guys go here, it's just not going to load. But when I go here and I hit refresh, we'll eventually run into this. This is because there aren't coordinates here. Now, what should happen is if I were to, let's put this on my, let's put that there for now. I should be able to hit export and then over here hit import, paste everything in here, and everything should just work. Yeah, it does. Wow. I made that feature and nobody's using it, I think. All right, so let's just type this in and everything should be fine. Oh, except that I'll need a password, won't I? Yes. Let's go find that password. Why can't we access art.bot.land? I wanted art reveals to be a surprise. So if you guys could access it, then you could download all of the images ahead of time. And then it wouldn't be very surprising, would it? Anyway, it's a minor reason. Also, this actually looks like a really cool bot. I like this. The octopus head doesn't actually work well with many of the bots, I think, because the different bodies like this looks like it would tip over backwards. Yeah, it only really looks good on 2 different bodies, I think. I think it's because of the curve of this body. Anyway, I'm waiting for this to upload. I guess while I'm waiting, I might as well... Well, I can't do anything else. I didn't start this in a screen. Okay, yeah, we just had to wait for this to finish. So this should be done very shortly. Then what are we doing after this? We're running these commands. You could just avoid referencing the URLs for the new art. Yeah, I could. This looks like a sea lion bot. Wait, with the dragon body, really? I think this looks unusual. Yeah, actually, it's not that bad. Okay. All right, so let's try this out. So now we should have art.bot.land should have the new coordinates without me having to do anything. I probably need to clear the cache. That did not work. Something's wrong. Something's horribly wrong. Is there some other step I need to run that I didn't run? You may need to SSH into the machine to clear the downloaded images cache. Oh. Yeah. I may need to do that. Because this doesn't look like it's going to fix itself. Well, that's too bad. Alright, let's SSH into the machine. SSH butler. And we'll go on to the... whatever this machine is. So I'm logged on to the cosmetics tool machine now. Do I have a screen loaded up here? I do. Well, isn't that just a happy little coincidence? Done. RM star. The solution to everything. Now we just wait. Oh no, I need to restart the program. We can't just wait. After doing that, do PM2 stop all and restart the cosmetics tool. Alright, so now we do PM2 start, which is unfortunately not a thing that I have. How do I go about restarting this? I think I do the same thing that I did on the Debian boxes before. But now I just say dash dash tags start. But that's all assuming that this even exists in here. So there's a cosmetics main.yaml. Is this tagged as start? It is. Wow. Okay. So we just run this, put in the password, and it should start immediately. Perfect. Easy peasy. Now we wait for this to have finished downloading everything. Yep. Packing, packing, packing. Perfect. Okay. Via the command above with dash dash tags start. All right, so when we rerun this, everything should look a-okay. That is not a-okay. That is far from a-okay. What did I screw up here? Oh no! Oh, I know what I screwed up. Okay. Make sure you actually push the repo. I never pushed the code over to the machine. So this has... Wait, what? This doesn't have anything. What? Hey, Shloopy. Yeah, the game won't be online for another like 10 or 15 minutes, and even then it's going to be an old version of the game. But I will put it online, like I said, in about 10 or 15 minutes. Let me try to figure out what this is doing, though. Pull botland builds. Yeah, so this should have come from over here, and it didn't. And that means that I have greatly screwed everything up. Deploy sprite sheet packer. Oh, I know what happened here. Call pre-deploy, but then something needs to call. All right, I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, so this deploy sprite sheet packer. There, this should modify botland builds, so we should see different code in here. Yep, there it is, cosmeticsdata.json. New sprite data. Then we just rerun all of this. Nice, Chronofrost. If you're just deploying the cosmetics tool, then deploy.cmd needs, then make sure possible for you to make and or get a file server so I can create a user database. On Google Drive, almost definitely not. But if you're controlling the server, or even if it's a shared host, then yeah, you probably can. All right, so now that I've pushed this, we can rerun this with the correct command. And then I think I was doing a whole bunch of stuff wrong. So let's go stop this. And let's go delete all of this. And then let's rerun this part. There. Okay, so I think this should work now. Yeah, let's let that run. While that's running, let's also provision all of the other machines. This shouldn't take me very long to start, but then it's going to take a long time for it to finish. Where did those commands go? Here they are. Oh, whoa, 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 no, that won't work that way. Did that work? That did work. Okay, let's see. We'll get all these things online. There. And now we wait. So this should start up pretty soon. This is running on a totally different cloud infrastructure. This is running on Azure. Everything else is running on Amazon. Great Unknown Evil. Use the power wisely. There it goes. So now this will download everything again. It'll pack a whole bunch of sprites. And then everything should be correct. Yeah. So what I got out of this is I fixed up these instructions so they're better. And I guess I also uploaded the tool. But that was mostly... I wasn't trying to fix the instructions. But now that it's fixed, I hope this looks correct. doesn't still. Why not? Is this some weird caching error? No, it's not. This is the same issue as before, where it's positioning it based on the head, which means that it didn't get... Oh, it's client code that changed. So this right here, I need to go change this. Okay, let's just change this directly on the server. Can I even do that, or is this bundle the code? No, it's minified code too. I can't do this. Yeah. I'm a broken man. How did I screw this up? I didn't want to overwrite the client on the server, so I tried cutting corners here. I don't think that was a good idea. Maybe I can just copy paste over this. I don't think that's probably a good idea either. But it's better than nothing at this point. So let's go find it. I last modified this at, yeah, today. Yeah, so I should just copy paste this onto here. And then we're done, right? Overriding would have been faster. Well, no, so not overriding. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's push this and try again. So forgot to check in a fix to the vertical offset problem. This could fix things. Fortunately, every time I do this, I've got to go through a whole bunch of hoops to get this part to work. Using green text would have been faster. Okay. All right, so at some point, the game should just be online. And also, I can verify that, yeah, a game server started up. So we got to kill this. This is not needed. And now if we go to Amazon, I think the game is online. Yeah, it is. Okay, so you should be able to just play. Right? So if I put down a bunch of bots. Yeah, all right, nice. Yeah, so I'll share this out if you guys want to. If you guys want to try Botland out, it's not like super straightforward and is by no means finished, but it works, and you actually can play against other people's defenses. So if you want to play against, let's say, Hideo, for example, you just type in his name into chat, and there's Hideo's defense. Unfortunately, for you to play against somebody else at this point, like if you want to try my defense, for example, you need to first refresh the page, because otherwise the towers from the last person's will be left there. All this is eventually going to change to the point where you just hit a play button and it puts you in a match with somebody. But that is not done right now. Also, I should make my defense be a real defense, huh? Or do I not care about that? Hideo 3 is the best. Okay, how are we looking on the art tool? Okay, it's almost done. Finally, it works. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. All right, so both of those things are done then. New cosmetics tools online, Botland servers are online. So now we're trying to figure out what blueprints are going to look like. So let's close out of all of these tabs. Did you ever figure out how to get rid of those pesky shipping costs? No, I put my hacking hat on the coat rack and just stopped trying. Can you fix the account unverified for too long? Oh yeah, I can do that. Hang on, I got to do this off screen because it involves an IP address that I can't show. What is, actually no, it's the IP address I can show. It's the password I can't show. Where's the IP address? Here it is. I validated them all. So Hideo, you should be able to log in now. Okay. Cool. Looks like everything's working. So I can close out of this stuff. I don't even need this machine online anymore. We'll just turn that off. Close out of like half of these tabs. None of this is necessary. There. It works? Okay, good. Cool. Yeah, so like I said, if you guys want to play, you can just log in. You can try it out. It's not a great experience, but it's not the worst. It'll let you at least try out Botland. And apparently Hideo 3 is the defense to play against. Wait, what? Did I just type that wrong? There we go. Forgot how to list defense. Yeah, it's L. L for list. Alright, so I think having separate bots from attacking as you do for defending makes the most sense. There should be some way to copy between them, even if it's just copy-paste buttons. Yeah, so that's a good conclusion. I think let's try to see what's based on that now. If you have blueprints specifically for defending, then should we require that you just point at blueprint IDs when exporting a defense from the client? Then the server can look up details about those particular blueprints for you. Yeah, you're right, Hideo. That's a feature that would just be too costly for me to make. Are you supposed to be able to stack towers? No, you're not. But what do you mean by stack towers? So you could, like, you could put down a whole bunch of towers in a row, and you're not supposed to be able to do this eventually, but I didn't try to stop you from it. And if you try placing a tower where it already is, it should unplace it. If you try placing it on somebody else's tower, I'm not sure what happens then. But all this stuff is eventually going to be fixed. Oh yeah, you can unplace somebody else's towers if you want. That's apparently totally possible. Yeah, so there's a lot of information that's just not there. Time's over. Oh, VRTXT. I see. So if you have blueprints specifically for defending, then should we require that you just point at the blueprint IDs when exporting a defense from the client? Then the server can look up details about those particular blueprints for you. That way, when you try to change a blueprint, you'll know that it actually will change your defense. Oh, Hideo, are you trying to go for the new bots? Like the Octopus bot and the Omega bot and everything? Also, wow, VRTXT. Depending on how I flip this, you set these to different colors. Oh wait, you also set them to color loop. Alright. Yeah, so Hideo, what I was going to show you is cosmetics you can't buy through... Oops. Oh, God, I keep pressing the wrong things. So cosmetics you can't buy through this shop yet, but you will be able to eventually. So right now when you click all, it doesn't actually show you everything. But that is how hardware works at the very least. So if you have 0 of an item, you should be able to see that you have 0 and then buy it directly over here. But yeah, you have to like cancel out of this, go over to here, use the store. Man, there's a lot to figure out. So if you have blueprints specifically for defending, then should we require that you just point at blueprint IDs when exporting defense from the client? Then the server can look up details about those particular blueprints for you. That way when you try to change a blueprint, you'll know that it actually will change your defense. They're not in the store? They are. They're just, you have to click cosmetics first. And then you'll find them all. We actually have a decent number of cosmetic items now. Also, Omega Head, we have to prevent you from buying. Yeah, I forgot to do that. Bug, prevent you from buying Omega Head, given that it's the absence of an item, not the presence of an item. How do you plan on marketing this game? So I've had a Facebook ad campaign running for a while now, spending about 200 a month on that, I think. And like, I guess it's doing great for Facebook. Not that anyone from Facebook has ever probably come here, which is not the goal of that, obviously. But yeah, if you go to facebook.com/botlandgame, I'm as active here as I am on like Twitter, for example. But yeah, there's not many views on these videos, like 71 views. Oh my God, quit at Facebook. The place where there's the most activity is on the main video that I'm advertising, which is What is Botland? I don't even know where that is. Oh yeah, this one. This has 500,000 views somehow. Facebook is really weird about how they count views though. Like, you know how when you're scrolling down your news feed, videos just autoplay? If it autoplays for long enough, it counts as a view. And I think that's something absurdly low, like 3 or 5 or 10 seconds. So all of the people who were just like opened Facebook and went to get a sandwich or something like that, and this was at the top of their feed, even if they didn't like watch it till the end, it just probably counted as a view. Then they came over and they scrolled down, they're like, I don't care about that ad. But it's pretty nice that there's at least, you know, some people who like this and they're sharing it still. I don't. Why does Facebook do this? No new items in the store for me. This is probably a cache problem. Although maybe not. Oh no. It's not a cache problem. I never put the new items online. Yeah, I never put the new items online. Oh man, I'm sorry, Hideo. I'm sorry. I just wasn't thinking about anything to do with the deploy. I didn't intend to put the items online. All I wanted to do was put the game online so that Jason could try it out and see kind of like what does he want. Yeah, sorry, Hideo. I never rebuilt the client, which was intentional. Because if I rebuilt the client, then you'd end up with what I have over here, which actively does not work. Or rather, it does, but it's in like hyperspeed, I guess. What are these bots doing? Why are they idiots over here? Oh, they're pursuing their waypoint, aren't they? Yeah. Should not be happening. Would you mind if I advertise your game on my site, no cost? Yeah, kind of actually, because like, okay. I think if you want to help, if you want to advertise something, you can pretty much just advertise like the stream or YouTube or Twitter or any of the other resources that there are. But if you come up with basically like your own ad for the game, I'm pretty sure there's legal action I'd have to take to maintain my trademarks. And given that I haven't started a concerted advertising push yet, I don't think it's a good idea to do that anyway. Even if like I'd hired you and I was paying you, I don't think there should be advertisements for the game yet. Because the game's not really playable. So the problem is it would actually probably hurt user expectations if they come to the game and they're like, what do I do? What is this you like? What's going on right here? I click something and I'm like, what? I'm painting bots. Like, this will all be clarified eventually, and there will be a tutorial in the game and like a way that a new user experiences the game. Right now, if you were to advertise it like, hey, here's a game, and you just throw someone in the middle of this, they'd be like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what code I have access to. I don't know anything. Like, what is, where is it? Armor, add description. Like, There's a lot of unpaused stuff. But yeah, you can say check out this guy's stream. That's totally fine. Because the stream has an expected experience of like you're here to either watch someone code or be entertained or learn about the game or think what an idiot this guy is with lights around his neck, and you know what that's going to be. And I've at least like I've got some expectations around that too, and I can always answer people's questions. All right, so you have blueprint specifically for defending. I think I just need to talk to Jason about this. I think this is one of those things that's just going to be tough, and I'll write this down. Ask Jason about having blueprints for defenders. It's for specifically for defenders. It's possible that you set up a defense and then delete everything that the defense had to do with. Then when you go to edit the defense, what would you be looking at? Yeah, and Damien, I totally expect that. And that's why the how to play is so helpful, because it at least tells you how you navigate through enough of this. But there's a lot that's just not explained to you, and I totally understand that. just just got here. What's this guy doing alerts around his neck? Hey, Beta. So yeah, Damien, if you want me to show you how to use anything, I don't mind. But it's the kind of thing that eventually the game should tell you a lot about this. So making bots right now is mostly just dragging and dropping hardware that you want. So you could pick something like shield and melee and thrusters. Cool. And then you can write a script, and you don't even have to. So if you want to, just ignore the script writing completely. And if you want to use it, then yeah, totally. I'd say just look through snippets at that point. So for example, I have melee on my bot, so I'm going to use that. I have thrusters, and either way I can move anyway, so I'm going to do that. And I know I have shield, so I'll shield myself if there's an enemy around me. Otherwise, I'll shield myself on like there's a 10% chance that I just shield myself if I can anyway. And if I can't do any of that stuff, then I'll just move at the end of all of this. And I'll say like move right if I'm making attacking bots. So I can save this script as like demo stream create. So I have this demo stream thing now. So now my bots are going to randomly shield themselves. There's a 10% chance that they do that. If they don't, then they're going to move right. When they find an enemy, they're going to shield themselves and then pursue them to try to melee them. And this all happens in hyperspeed because I haven't fixed that part of the code yet. So unfortunately, you don't really get to see this taking place. But yeah, the bots are functioning and they're doing exactly what I told them to do. So cool. Frustration removed by creating the worst defense ever. Also, is there something else on here that I should... Yeah, this. should be completely removed, I think. I haven't even looked at that. Alright, which account is it on? Hideo 4? What is this defense? Inferno Zapper, Reflect, and Thrusters. This loses like hardcore to artillery and melee. Do I have an artillery melee bot? Artillery missiles. Artillery melee. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'll deploy, how many do you have? 4, 8, 12, 15. So I'll deploy 5. There. If I make my bots back off, they would actually do a lot better against you. Oh wait, 5 bots is all it took. Oh, you have Inferno Zapper. Oh, so all of mine are going to burn to death now. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Aw. But now if I put down even just... Oh, you also burned my CPU. If I put down even one bot, though, then that's it. Now I can beat you. Alright, see ya, Echo. I like it, Hideo. You sure showed me. So part of the problem, Inferno Zapper is one of the reasons why this would have been bad as a team game, I think. So there are a lot of things like, okay, so anything that, the way that fire works is it's a damage over time that stacks in duration, not in damage. So if you, let's say it did 3 turns of fire, and each turn does 100 damage. So now let's say you get hit by Inferno Zapper 5 times. You have 15 turns of fire, and you're still taking 100 damage per turn. So this is why this isn't very helpful, because if you're playing with a team and you all want to use a fire strategy, like, too bad. All you're going to do is extend the amount of time they're on fire for. And we could have changed that, but then that becomes harder to figure out who got kills for something, and kills mattered back then. And so now you as a player can be like, okay, I want some bots to have fire on them and some bots not to. And same thing with stun. Stun worked where if you're not stunned, then add like +1 turn to your cooldown. And if you are stunned, do nothing. And then when you get your turn finally, remove stun status. So stun was another one of those things where, like, this is really, really good when you're just using it in a one-on-one fight. You're going to win almost any fight that way. But when you have 10 bots with stun against one bot, that bot is only going to be stunned for 1 extra turn. And hey, AMD. The burn on the CPU is not strong enough. I should have won. Well, there there won't be a CPU there eventually. Have you ever thought of this game as an educational opportunity for people who are just starting to learn how to code? Yeah, I have. I don't want to market the game that way. The way I look at it is, you know how Minecraft has actually pervaded some of the educational space, and people are learning computer craft, and they're learning how to just, there's a lot of different ways that people teach with Minecraft. That was not a goal of Minecraft, I think. I'm pretty sure Notch did not have that as a goal of, like, I'm going to make an educational game. But it turned out to be a really powerful teaching tool. So I think of Botland the same way. It is not my intent at all that this becomes a coding game. However, you can code in the game. So you could also learn how to code by using this. And is that the intention? Like, no, not at all. So I know that it's possible, and I know that if there was a hard enough time getting a grip on the gamer market, that we could pursue education, but it's not my first strategy. Okay, so the answer I have here is, like, I don't know, is how this works. I think you should have separate bots, and I think the other problem we need to solve is I still need to figure out what happens when you load a defense whose blueprints you deleted. We could just differentiate attacking / defending blueprints and disallow deletion of defending blueprints that you're currently using. Minecraft with viewers? I did that already. I don't think I'll do that again, at least not vanilla Minecraft. You just run out of things to do in the game in vanilla Minecraft. But yeah, this was, what day was this? March 26th. So I started and I immediately carved into a mountain and made my first house. Where's Weedley's chicken that he made? There it is. It has trapdoors for wings, guys. This is a work of genius. It looks like it's the most logical solution. Yeah. So then, yeah, I think this is probably the best. I'm going to talk to Jason about this, which is why I'm hesitant to code anything more about this right now. Which, like, I don't want to just do nothing the rest of the stream. But I also think the way that I was starting to pursue things, it would be so much better if I came to a solid conclusion there. All right, I'm gonna do a couple of things that are, I don't know. I'm probably gonna stay online for another like half hour. I'll probably end the stream a little bit early today. And then, yeah, because tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming for 8 hours, or however long Terraria lasts. So today, what I'll do, I'm gonna clean up some of that site that you see, like bot.land, for example, this pre-beta thing. I really need to update this. This is not entertaining to watch, though. I don't know. No, maybe I should just quit for today. I don't know, guys. Yeah, I think. Didn't you talk about clearing this to do list? Yeah, I did. And at some point, this sort of thing is going to happen, I hope. Well, okay, here's my overall roadmap. So, tonight, talk to Jason about the UX a little bit. Tomorrow, no botland stuff during the day, just Terraria. Do you play any modern title games? I play Hearthstone. That's about that's about it as far as modern games go. Yeah, and I've played other games too. I'd say Hearthstone's the biggest one that I would say like I play that right now. There are some mobile games that I play from time to time. Like I was saying, I think it was like yesterday. I finished Sonic Dash. I finished Spellspire. I have a Windows phone, so the mobile games I play are like not always mainstream games. And I have a 3DS as well, but I haven't found it worthwhile to purchase any 3DS games for a while. So tomorrow, and then Friday is like finish up the exporting slash saving slash validating defenses, and then afterward, so the next week or so, next week is get to the point where the journaling slash replay system is done. That's incredibly important. And then afterward, it's get make it easier to create defenses. So get editing to work. Maybe add in walls slash pits. I don't know if I'm going to do that necessarily. I don't think that's super important. Is Windows Phone still well supported? It's hard for me to say. I haven't been following the news. I want to get a new phone, and I've wanted a new phone for like a year and a half. I just never went to the store to get one. And now I'm not sure when I'm going to do that. Aldraxi, thanks for following. So yeah, this is kind of how the next little bit is going to go. I think the number one most important thing is to get to the point where you can do this stuff of creating defenses without there being all this confusing things on the side. Like there shouldn't be a bunch of enemy bots here. That doesn't make any sense. There shouldn't be two CPUs in the game. That doesn't make any sense. So we're basically rebuilding the prototype, but with proper code this time. So it's going to look like I haven't made any progress after about a week, but there's going to be a whole lot of progress underneath the hood. All right. So yeah, I'll be online tomorrow. I'll be playing Terraria. It's not a coding stream at all. I'm gonna have to tell that to you guys now, and then to anyone who joins because of Terraria tomorrow. Like, I'm not a gaming streamer, guys. But thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go find someone to leave you with, and I will see you tomorrow, same time, so about like 18 hours from now. Take care. Have a good night.